Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Harem Deku Had Light Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. As I sat down to write a new fanfic, I realized it would likely be a weekly endeavor, especially since in-person classes were about to start and time would be scarce. In a dim corner of the room, a green-haired 4-year-old trembled, the sounds of shouting adults echoing outside. Izuku clutched his knees, his voice quivering as he whispered, "Why is this happening to me?" The shouting grew louder, amplifying his fear. In a flashback, the Midoriya family found themselves at the doctor's office, eager yet anxious about their son's quirk assessment. Izuku, bubbling with excitement, chatted animatedly with his parents until they reached the doctor's office. "All right, Midoriya family, I'm going to take a small BLD sample," the doctor said, holding up a syringe. Izuku felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. "What's that for?" he stammered. "Don't worry, Izuku," his mother, Inko, reassured him, gently stroking his hair. "It will just be a moment." Hisashi, his father, added seriously, "It will only hurt for a second." "Could you please tell me your quirks, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya?" the doctor inquired. Inko smiled and said, "Mine is telekinesis. I can move small objects." She demonstrated by levitating a pencil. Hisashi chimed in, "I have fire breath." He breathed out a small flame, showcasing his quirk. "All right, let's proceed," the doctor said, and after a series of tests, his demeanor shifted. "I have some bad news," he said, his tone serious and uncomfortable. The three Midoriyas tensed at his words. "Please, just tell us," Hisashi urged, his voice steady but anxious. "The first piece of news is that your son doesn't have a quirk." The doctor's words hung heavy in the air. Izuku's eyes welled with tears. His father noticed and gently stroked his hair, while his mother's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "And the other news, doctor?" Hisashi pressed, his seriousness deepening. "Sir, this is difficult to say, but—" The doctor hesitated. "But what?" Hisashi demanded. "You are not the boy's father." The revelation struck Hisashi like a bucket of cold water. Inko's nervousness was palpable, and Izuku was left confused. "What?" Hisashi asked, shock evident in his voice. "When I took the boy's BLD and ran the tests, I realized that his genes don't match yours in the medical records." The doctor's voice was filled with regret. "I'm very sorry, sir, and you, ma'am, this is disappointing." Hisashi looked at Inko, noticing her nervousness and sweat. "We're leaving," he said firmly. "I'm sorry, little one," the doctor whispered, casting a pitying glance at Izuku. The three of them exited the doctor's office, the tension between the parents escalating into an argument as Izuku cried silently. In the present day, Izuku sat in his room, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Why me?" The shouting from the living room continued unabated. In the living room, Hisashi shouted, I know." "What did you expect?" Inko retorted, her voice rising. "You spent too much time at work." "I'm done with this. I'm leaving," Hisashi declared, attempting to storm out. Inko grabbed his hands, pleading, "You're not going anywhere. Let go of me." Hisashi shoved her away, his frustration boiling over. "I've had enough of you." Izuku peeked out, tears glistening in his eyes as he watched the chaos unfold. "Fine. Get out," Inko yelled, her voice laced with anger. "I hope you're happy." "Inko," Hisashi muttered, heading for the door. "It's all your fault," Inko shouted, turning to Izuku. Hisashi spun around, shocked to see Inko yelling at their son. "You shouldn't have been born," she screamed, brandishing a knife as she approached Izuku. "No, he's just a child," Hisashi shouted, rushing toward her. "He's not your son. He's the child of a stranger I met." Inko screamed, pushing Hisashi away. In the struggle, she managed to slice Izuku's shoulder, leaving him bleeding. Izuku stood frozen, horrified as he felt the pain. "What the hell, Inko?" Hisashi yelled, his anger rising. "Let me tell you, that man was better than you." Inko shot back, her rage consuming her. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. An earthquake! Hisashi shouted. But it was too late. The building started to collapse. Izuku watched in terror as a large piece of the ceiling fell toward his mother. A rush of emotions surged through him as he lost sight of his father. In pain, Izuku stood up and ran to his room, but soon the floor beneath him gave way, and he fell into darkness. 2 hours later, Izuku awoke from his fainting spell to find the world around him in ruins. He turned to see the lifeless body of his mother, crushed, and his father, unrecognizable. Numbly, he turned away, spotting a small exit. Taking advantage of it, he sneaked out and emerged into a scene filled with heroes, firefighters, and police. It became clear that it hadn't been an earthquake. A villain had caused the destruction, but he had already fled. 3 hours later, Izuku sat under a tree in a small forest, his stomach growling. "I'm hungry," he murmured. He glanced at the tree above him, noticing it had apples. "Maybe if I shake it, it will give me some fruit." He shook the tree, but it didn't yield much. "Poor thing, maybe this will help you," a small shadow said, pulling a strange fruit from a portal and dropping it at his feet. "Ouch!" A fruit fell. Izuku exclaimed, looking up with a smile. He picked up the peculiar fruit and noticed a note attached. "Pika pika no mi fruit. With this fruit, you will gain light powers. If you're reading this, I'm probably dead. Well, I hope someone gets it. Sincerely, Borsalino," he read aloud. "Powers? I'm just hungry," he said, taking a bite of the fruit. "Yuck. It's horrible." He spat, throwing the fruit away, though he had already consumed a piece. "Please be an apple," he pleaded, shaking the tree again, but nothing fell. "Who's there?" a serious voice called out. "Ah!" Izuku cried, startled by the voice. "A child, and you're hurt. God, what happened to you?" "Come here, kid, I'll help you," the voice said, filled with concern. Izuku hesitated, hiding in fear. "Don't worry, kid. Come on, my house is nearby. In fact, you're in my yard." The stranger pointed to an old Japanese house next to a garden. "I'm sorry, sir." Izuku stammered, timid and teary-eyed. "Come here, little one. Let's take care of those wounds," the stranger urged. Inside the house, the stranger began to bandage Izuku's injuries. "Can you tell me your name, little one? What were you doing in this forest?" he asked gently. "My name is Izuku." Izuku started, but the memories flooded back. "Izuku what?" the stranger prompted. "Izuku Borsalino," he replied, recalling the note. "What about you, sir?" "My name is Kano Koki, former fencing champion in my youth," the man said, his age evident at 65. "Can you tell me why a child is in this state?" Kano asked, his brow furrowed with concern. Izuku lowered his head. "I escaped from my ruined home after a villain attacked." Kano nodded, understanding. "But what about your parents, little one?" Izuku turned his gaze away, unable to respond, and Kano's expression softened with realization. "I understand. Don't worry, sir. I'll leave once I finish healing," Izuku said, trying to reassure him. Kano smiled gently. "You know, my dojo has been empty lately. With all these quirks, no one is interested in fencing anymore." "Sir, I don't want to be a bother," Izuku replied. "Not at all. I'd love some company," Kano said with a nostalgic smile. "I haven't had anyone around in a long time. Besides, it would be nice to have an apprentice." Izuku's face lit up. "Of course, sir. Now you'll call me Emser, right?" Kano teased. "Sorry, yes, Emser." Izuku replied eagerly. "Ah, the youth." Kano chuckled, a warmth spreading between them as they began to forge a new bond. A week had passed since the former fencing champion began training Izuku. "Not bad, kid," Kano remarked, observing Izuku's efforts. Izuku sighed, fatigue evident in his voice. "I didn't even land a hit." "You know, you've been training a lot. There's a park nearby. How about we go there for a bit to relax?" "Thank you, Izuku replied, a smile breaking through his exhaustion. "All right, let's go." The two walked for a while until they reached a park that was somewhat distant from the center and not very crowded. "All right, little one, have some fun." This old man will keep an eye on you from here, Kano said, settling onto a bench. Yes. Izuku was about to run off when his MSTR called him back. Remember, Izuku, don't use your quirk, it's very dangerous. Yes. As Izuku played, a flashback emerged in his mind. Little one, can you tell me about your quirk? I've always been curious about it, Kano had asked him once. Izuku hesitated, recalling that strange fruit. Well, come on, don't be afraid. With a determined look, Izuku raised his finger like a gun and concentrated. His finger began to glow. Wow, that's in tier, Kano started, but before he could finish, a beam of light shot from Izuku's finger, resulting in an explosion. Wow! Izuku exclaimed, taken aback. Mster, are you all right? He glanced at his Msar, who wore a surprised expression. The memory faded, and Kano's voice returned to the present. Just have fun. Yes. Izuku replied, dashing off to play. As he looked around, he noticed a little girl reading a book. Deciding not to disturb her, he began playing in the sandbox in front of her. The girl noticed him and greeted him with a smile. Hi. Are you alone? Do you want to come read this with me? Izuku, a bit surprised, decided to join her. Hi, I'm Izuku Borsalino. Hi. I'm Mei Hatsum. She said energetically. Come on, let's read this, it's really good. Izuku sat down beside her. What's it about? Gadgets and hero suits. Izuku glanced at the book. Oh, I see you like those things. Of course, Borsalino-san. I want to be a great inventor. Wow, that's awesome, Hatsum-san. Isn't it? So, what's your quirk, Borsalino-san? Well, it's light, Hatsum-san. Wow, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Can you show me? Please, please, please. I'm sorry, Hatsum-san, my quirk is very dangerous. Ah, she pouted. Not even a little bit. Well, okay, I suppose. Izuku shaped his finger like a gun. Interesting. I haven't done anything yet, heh? Oh, then go ahead. All right. He focused a bright light on his finger without firing. Mei covered her eyes slightly. Wow. That's amazing. Izuku stopped the light. Hey, Borsalino-san, do you want to be my friend? She asked, leaning closer. Izuku, feeling a bit nervous and blushing, replied, See, certainly, Hatsum-san. Hey, I have my first friend. She exclaimed happily. You're my first friend too, Hatsum-san. He said, equally joyful. Really? Yes. How wonderful. We both made our first friend today. She said, hugging Izuku. Surprised but returning the embrace, Izuku felt a warmth in his heart. Kano, watching the scene unfold, thought to himself, I knew you wouldn't be alone, little one. The two children played until it was time to leave. Goodbye, Hatsum. Izuku called as he departed with his MSTR. Goodbye, Borsalino-san. Mei waved as she left with her mother. I'm glad you made a friend, Kano said to Izuku. She's very kind, Izuku replied. 8 years passed. Izuku continued to visit the park where he had met his best friend, Mei. He had grown significantly, now standing at 180 meters tall at the age of 12. Izuku! Mei shouted, hugging him from behind. Look at you. When will you stop growing? Oh, Mei, it's been a while. Huh, we saw each other yesterday. Are you still working on your inventions? Izuku asked as he settled onto a bench. Of course, I'm going to be a great inventor. I know you will, he said, yawning. And I know you'll succeed. Wow. What happened to that nervous little boy? Now you're all grown up. Someone made me change, he replied, glancing at Mei. Hey, Izuku. She began, but he interrupted her. Do you want to use me for another one of your experiments? A flashback flickered in his mind, bringing him back to when they were 10 years old. All right, Izuku. Put this on, and I'll test if it works. Mei had said, handing him a peculiar belt. Izuku complied, and she continued, It's supposed to make you fly, and here we go. But as she turned it on, it exploded. Izuku fell to the ground, feeling as if he had split in two. What did I do? I killed my friend. I never got to tell him I loved him. Mei cried in shock. But then, miraculously, Izuku's legs lifted up. She gasped in surprise. Izuku's upper body transformed into light and reassembled. Why, you're alive! Mei exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. She blushed, recalling her earlier words about loving him. Did you hear what I said? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Izuku gestured that he couldn't hear anything due to the explosion near his ear. The memory faded and they returned to the present. You scared me so much, Mei said, shaking her head. If it weren't for my power, I would have died, Izuku replied nonchalantly. I still don't understand how you can be so carefree, she said, smiling. What were you going to tell me? Well, you see, Izuku, my parents are moving closer to the city center. They offered my dad a new job, she said, her tone tinged with sadness. I see, he said, looking down. Seeing Izuku's sorrow, Mei wrapped her arms around him. I brought you this so you won't forget me. She handed him a small box. Thank you, Mei. Let's see. He opened the box, still feeling the weight of his sadness. Oh, some yellow sunglasses, he exclaimed, putting them on. Wow, these are nice. I really appreciate it, Mei. Mei blushed. Why, you don't have to thank me. What if we meet at UA? She suggested. In the support course, Izuku smiled as he replied, if you're going to be there, I'll go too. But it still hurts that my first friend is leaving. Mei pulled Izuku to the sandbox. Oh, I remember playing here and you invited me to read your book, he said, reminiscing. As Mei wrote their names in the white sand, she continued, when I look at the sky, may you appear in the cruel shape of a gray cloud. They both gazed up as a cloud drifted by, resembling their embrace. One afternoon, I climbed a high hill and looked back at the past. You'll know that I haven't forgotten you, Mei said softly. Izuku let a few tears escape as she held his hands. I carry you within me, down to the roots, she added. And no matter how much I grow, you will always be here. She broke into a silly dance with Izuku, trying to lighten the mood. Even if I hide behind the mountain or find a field full of reeds, there's no way, my ray of light, that you will leave. She emerged from behind a rock, playfully holding Izuku's cheeks. Izuku gently cupped Mei's face, and they both felt tears welling up in their eyes before embracing each other, fully aware that she would soon be leaving. Life was undeniably tough. Time had passed since Mei moved away, and Izuku felt a lingering sadness. Yet, he held on to the hope of finding her when he entered UA. Now, at 15 years old and just 10 months away from starting, he stood face to face with his teacher. Look at you, Izuku, Kano said calmly. The little one who used to be my apprentice is now a MSTR of fencing. Sensei. Izuku replied, a hint of sorrow in his voice. Today is my last day of life, Kano said, coughing lightly. I know, Izuku said seriously. Kano grasped a sharp fencing sword. Would you allow this old man his last duel? Izuku conjured a sword of light. Sword of the clouds in the sky. You always surprise me with your intellect in using your power well, Kano said, taking his position. I want to, Sensei, Izuku replied, also preparing for the duel. The final battle. Kano launched an attack, but Izuku easily blocked each move. 2 hours passed. Cough, cough, I couldn't land a single hit on you, Kano admitted, exhaustion evident in his voice. Izuku knelt to embrace his teacher. Goodbye. You will be someone great, Izuku, someone very great. I leave everything to you, my little apprentice. Goodbye. Kano's last words echoed in Izuku's heart as he passed away in his embrace. Some time later, Izuku stood before his teacher's grave. I will keep your legacy, Sensei, he said, wiping away his tears. Time skip. 10 months Izuku stood before the academy, feeling the weight of expectations. Many were surprised by his height, but he didn't care, he simply walked inside. Everyone say yeah, the announcer shouted, but silence followed. Tough crowd. Here are the explanations. You must destroy robots in the fake city. Each robot will have a certain number of points. There are 1-point, 2-point, and 3-point robots, and... Excuse me. Ida interrupted. But the brochure says there are 4 robots. If that's a mistake, you should be ashamed. He pointed at Izuku, who wasn't paying attention. Realizing someone was speaking to him, Izuku looked up. You need to pay more attention. If this is a game for you, you should leave. Ida insisted. Izuku remained unfazed. All right, participant 453, the 4th robot is the 0.1. It's recommended to stay away from it, the announcer clarified. Sorry for my interruption. Ida bowed. No problem. The announcer replied. Time skip. Fake City Izuku, along with the others, waited until the doors opened. He walked slowly into the city while everyone looked at him strangely. 5 minutes later. What are you waiting for? That guy already went in. There's no countdown here. The announcer urged, prompting everyone to rush inside. As the students entered, they encountered robots and some destroyed buildings. What kind of monster was that guy? An extra student wondered, observing the devastation. Izuku sat back and watched the students. Well, they're an interesting group. Noticing a girl struggling to destroy a robot, he thought, I should help her. What do I have to lose? He muttered as he walked toward her. Hey, Tfa, he asked, standing beside her. Yuich. Oh, you're the one who went in first, she replied, startled. Yes, nice to meet you. Do you want some help? Izuku offered casually. I don't know, I should do everything by myself, she said, sounding a bit insecure. All right, good luck, he said, turning to walk away slowly. Hey, what's your name? She called after him. Izuku Borsalino, and yours? He turned back to ask. Melissa Shield, nice to meet you, she said, bowing slightly. Well, good luck, Shield-sen, he replied before continuing on his way. Teacher's Lounge. Nizu observed the students. It's an interesting group, isn't it? Without a doubt, Power Loader agreed. Anyone catch your interest? Nizu asked. The girl with the explosions, her quirk is very powerful, Cementos noted. The gravity girl isn't doing too badly, Midnight added. The young blonde seems to be trying hard, Aizawa remarked, referring to Melissa. Director, Aizawa said, catching Nizu's attention. Yes. There's a boy sitting on the edge of a building. I haven't seen him do anything, Aizawa reported. Let's see how he's doing, Nizu replied. As they observed, the teachers were left speechless. T395 points, Nizu said, astonished. Why yeah, we didn't see him move, Vlad King added. His quirk. Nizu wondered. In the quirk section, he didn't write anything. He has no family, he's an orphan. Aizawa explained, which saddened everyone present. An orphan. Nizu echoed. He lost his parents in a villain attack on his apartment building. That's what he wrote, Aizawa continued, eliciting sympathy from the group. At what age did he lose them? Am asked. 4 years old. According to him, he saw a rock fall on his mother and lost sight of his father. Aizawa's words hung heavy in the air. Poor boy. Nizu said, accidentally pressing the button for the 0-point robot. Director, you pressed the 0-point robot. M exclaimed, alarming the teachers. No worries, Nizu replied casually. Fake City. A tremor startled everyone except Izuku, who was lying on a rooftop. Huh, he said, noticing a giant robot. It must be the 0.1. Hearing screams for help, he thought, what a drag. It looks like Shield-san made her move. He watched as Melissa jumped toward the robot. Wow, Shield-san doesn't control her power, he observed as she began to fall. Well, it's time to act. Izuku clapped his hands. Sacred mirror. A beam of light shot out, transporting him beneath where Melissa was falling. He caught her in his arms. Well, Shield-san, you should be more careful. Borsalino-san, she stammered, flustered by their position. Teacher's Lounge. Everyone was tense about Melissa, but when they saw that Izuku had saved her, they sighed in relief. Wait a minute. He was about 1 kilometer away. How did he get there so fast? Aizawa questioned, capturing the teacher's attention. Could it be something with his quirk? Cementos suggested. Most likely, Nizu agreed. Fake City. The alarm sounded, indicating that time was up. Test finished. The announcer shouted. Any injuries? R.T. called out, concern evident in his voice. Izuku replied. Here? He said while still carrying Melissa. Good job. It's serious. Take her to the infirmary, Recovery Girl instructed. Ugh, what a drag, Izuku sighed in resignation. Wait, Recovery Girl. There's a girl trapped in the rubble. She's hurt her leg. Can you help her? Melissa urged. Of course. Kid, take her to the infirmary, and I'll come after, Recovery Girl said. Okay, old lady, Izuku replied as he walked away. Show some respect for your elders. Recovery Girl called after him, giving him a light whack on the leg with her cane, but Izuku didn't flinch. In the infirmary, Shield, you should be more careful, Izuku said, placing her on the stretcher. Melissa, blushing because she wasn't used to physical contact with boys, replied, no, thank you, Borsalino-san. I hope you join UA, Shield-san. It's getting a bit late, see you later, he said, waving goodbye. Same here, Borsalino-san. And one more thing, you saved my life. Call me Melissa, she said with a smile. All right, Melissa. You can call me Izuku, he replied, smiling back and making her blush even more. Goodbye, Izuku. Goodbye, Melissa, he said as he walked away. Life is tough. Izuku was calm in his dojo, arranging an altar for his himter when he heard the doorbell ring. Yes, he called as he opened the door. Good afternoon, Mr. Borsalino. Here's your mail, the mailman said, handing it over. Please sign here, he added. Izuku signed the receipt. Thank you very much, he said, closing the door behind him. He sorted through the mail. Electricity bill, water bill, internet bill, a free gas sample, magazines. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Yes, he answered. Excuse me, I think you have something of mine, a random neighbor said, looking embarrassed. Here you go, Izuku said, handing him the magazines. Now goodbye. He closed the door again. He continued sorting through the mail and noticed a letter from UA. Oh. Just then, Midnight appeared, cracking her WHP. Congratulations, kid. You passed the hero course with 395 points, breaking the record and scoring perfectly on the written exam. We'll see you in Class A. See you. Oh, that's great. I'll get to see May again, Izuku exclaimed. There was another knock at the door. Yes, he replied. I forgot this, Mr. Borsalino, the mailman said, handing him 2 packages. I'm sorry. He bowed apologetically. No worries, thanks. Izuku said, closing the door once more. He opened the first package to find his UA uniform, but he was puzzled by the second. Is this a cell phone? There's a note too. The note read, Hi Izuku, I'm Kano, your teacher. You might be confused, but I ordered this cell phone a year ago and reserved it for you because it wasn't out yet. It's probably dead now. This is my last gift to you. Ah, wow, thank you so much, teacher. Izuku said, feeling grateful. Time skipped to you. Wow, what a big door, he marveled as he looked at the entrance. Let's go in, he said, stepping inside and catching everyone's attention with his height. He noticed a boy scolding a silver-haired girl and remarked, Well, what an interesting group. Izuku-san, how are you? Melissa called from behind him. Oh, Melissa-san. How are you? He replied, smiling and waving. Wow, now that I notice, you're really tall. How tall are you? 2 meters 30, he answered. Wow, she gasped. You're the blonde girl who saved me, a girl exclaimed. Oh, you're the girl with gravity powers. Melissa replied. My name is Ochako Uraraka. I want to thank you for saving me, she said, bowing. It's nothing, Melissa replied modestly. Izuku sat down, yawning. How boring, he muttered. You know yawning like that is disrespectful, Ida admonished. Izuku, not paying attention, lifted his legs onto his desk. Great, another one like the explosive girl, Ida remarked. What did you say, you extra? A girl shouted. Izuku pointed to a spot. Is he going to stay there, or is he going to teach? He asked, bored, drawing everyone's attention. I think he's a weirdo, Mina whispered. Congratulations on noticing my presence, Aizawa said suddenly, startling everyone. What were you saying? Izuku asked Mina, turning to her. She simply looked away. My name is Shota Aizawa. I know this is sudden, but change and head to the field, he instructed. How boring, Izuku said, reluctantly leaving with the others. Time skipped to the locker room. Several boys looked at Izuku with envy, noting his well-defined body and the scar on his shoulder. Guys, look at the legacy of our seniors. Mineta shouted, pointing at a hole in the wall. Bro, I don't think that's a good idea, Kirishima cautioned. Nonsense. The girls' bodies. Especially that blonde, Mineta began, but his words were cut off as someone stepped on his head. You know, that blonde is my friend, Izuku said seriously, in unusual tone for him. I'm sorry. Mineta stammered. Izuku said, scratching his chin. One more time and you might regret it. He smiled, a chilling expression that froze everyone present. Girls' locker room. So what happened? Momo asked. A boy stopped her, saying he didn't want anyone spying on his friend, Jiro explained. Is there anyone here who's friends with one of the boys? Mina inquired. I'm friends with Izuku-san, Melissa said proudly. Well, you should thank him, Karo, Tsuyu added. After that incident, everyone left. Aizawa called out, all right, let's try this. Izuku Borsalino, first in the practical exam, come here. Surprising everyone and angering a silver-haired girl, Izuku stepped out of the crowd and walked toward Aizawa. Yes, he said. Use your quirk to throw this ball as far as you can, Aizawa instructed, handing him the ball. Got it, Izuku replied. You can do whatever you want, but don't step out of the circle, Aizawa added. Izuku raised the hand holding the ball and formed his other hand into a gun shape. Fly, he commanded, causing a light to shoot from his finger. The light was followed by a lightning bolt that sent the ball soaring far away. Everyone was shocked by such power. The silver-haired girl was both annoyed and amazed, while a two-toned girl watched seriously. Score? Izuku asked. Aizawa, coming out of his shock, replied, Ah yes, 19. 8 kilometers. The student's eyes widened in disbelief. All right, let's just continue. Aizawa said, moving on. Izuku finished all the tests in first place, but the speed test was particularly noteworthy. Izuku and Ida, come here for the speed test, Aizawa called. Look, friend, I'm not trying to brag, but speed is my specialty, Ida said confidently. I see, Izuku replied. Go! Aizawa shouted. Ida dashed off. Ida for 3 seconds. Izuku, why haven't you gone yet? Aizawa asked, incredulous, as he looked up to see Izuku already at the finish line. Why didn't your time count? Aizawa demanded. Too slow, Izuku said, bending down to Ida's height and smiling mockingly. Aizawa, again, he instructed. Izuku was already behind Aizawa before he could react. W it. Aizawa stammered, startled. Shall we continue? Izuku asked. Several students looked on incredulously. They hadn't even seen him move. After the tests, it was Melissa's turn. She prepared to throw the ball, but Aizawa erased her quirk. You don't control your quirk well. What do you want? To incapacitate yourself and have someone save you. You have no potential, you're expelled, he declared. The words hit Melissa like a bucket of cold water. The others looked on with pity, some indifferent, but Izuku was deeply affected. Melissa was his second friend. Izuku stepped in front of Aizawa. What? Aizawa said, surprised. Give her a chance, Izuku insisted, pointing at Aizawa. You know I can erase your quirk, Aizawa warned. Let's see how you do that with the light, Izuku retorted, his finger beginning to glow and blinding Aizawa. Aizawa exclaimed, covering his eyes. 5, Izuku counted down. I won't do it, Aizawa replied, still shielding his eyes. 4, Izuku continued. She could hurt herself. Aizawa protested. The students watched in shock, witnessing someone confront a hero. Izuku, don't ruin your career for me, Melissa urged. Izuku, Melissa said, her voice filled with determination. You have so much potential. I saw it in the tests. If this obstacle comes in and says no, why let him stand in your way? Her simple response sent chills down the spines of everyone present. From his hidden vantage point, thought, I need to intervene. Just as he was about to step in, Aizawa spoke up. Fine. I'll give you a chance. Izuku lowered his finger and slowly walked toward Melissa. Put your power in your finger and you'll make it happen. Everything unfolded just as it had in the original timeline. Melissa passed the tests. Afterward, Izuku received a warning letter from UA for threatening a teacher. As he read the letter, he muttered, I see, but Drago-sensei shouldn't have said that to Melissa-san. He continued walking toward UA, looking up at the sky. When will I see Mei-chan? Sometime later, Izuku stood in front of his classroom, opening the door. As he entered, several students looked at him in fear. Do I have something on my face? He asked, confusion evident in his voice. You just threatened our teacher yesterday. Kirishima stammered. That's very bad behavior for this school. If you're going to be like that, it's better if you leave. Ida added, gesturing animatedly. Izuku leaned forward, adjusting his glasses in front of Ida. Oh, what an annoying person. My name is Tenya Ida, from the Proud Sumai School, Ida replied, puffing out his chest. Izuku, now seated while everyone watched in shock, having not seen him move, yawned and remarked, everyone is so slow. Melissa entered the room apologizing, sorry for the delay, sensei. But she quickly realized her teacher wasn't present. Good morning, Melissa-san, Izuku greeted, waving his hand. Oh, Izuku-san, she exclaimed, taking a seat next to him. They spent some time talking, though most of the students remained wary of Izuku due to the power he had displayed during the tests. Suddenly, Im burst into the room, announcing, I'm coming in as a normal person. The students reacted with awe. Wow, it's Im. Does he really teach here? He looks bigger in person. UA is the best. That's not normal. Good morning, young people. Today, I will teach you hero classes. Am continued, pulling out a mini sign. And today's topic is battle classes. This announcement excited most of the students. But you'll need this, AM said, pressing a button that revealed several briefcases. I'll see you in the fake city at the facilities. Everyone left, and sometime later, they emerged in their hero costumes. You all look fantastic, young people. They say the costume makes the hero. From today, you can consider yourselves as one. All right, let's begin. I'm started, but Melissa interrupted. Wait, we're still missing Izuku. Yar days, Izuku said, appearing nonchalant. Some students admired their costumes, while others found them ridiculous. You look good, Melissa said, blushing slightly. Thanks, Melissa-san, Izuku replied with a smile. Noticing the exchange, thought, you hurt my niece. I won't do anything, but David will. We'll face off in teams. Heroes and villains. But how will we form the teams? We don't know most of them. Ida protested. Well, Am began, but Izuku interrupted. We can form teams with other heroes we don't know and save the innocent. Just what you'd expect from UA. Ida exclaimed. Shut up, you annoying person. Katsumi shouted, visibly irritated. Ahem. Yes, as the young Borsalino said, AM acknowledged. The matchups continued until it was time for Izuku's team. Team A, Ochako Uraraka and Izuku Borsalino. Team D, Katsumi Bakugo and Tenya I. Teams, get ready. The villains will enter the building, and the heroes will wait outside. AM instructed. With Team A, Uraraka asked, I'm Ochako Uraraka, what's your plan? Listen, it'll be simple. You'll go in, intercept the villains, and I'll handle the rest, Izuku replied. I know you were first in the exam, but don't get too confident, Uraraka warned. Come on, trust me, okay? Izuku urged. All right, I will, she agreed. Meanwhile, with Team D, Ida was trying to strategize. All right, what we'll do is... But he was interrupted by Katsumi. Let's charge in without fear, demand it. What did I do to deserve this? Ida lamented, pressing his forehead in frustration. Begin. Am shouted. Uraraka was the only one who entered the building. In the observation room, Kirishima remarked, leaving all the work to a girl isn't very manly. Is it part of her plan? Melissa wondered aloud. Denki chimed in, we don't really know Borsalino's quirk. Sensei, what is Borsalino's quirk? His question caught everyone's attention. I don't know, Am admitted, causing shock to ripple through the room. He didn't write down his quirk, and during the exam, we couldn't see it because we were distracted by the other participants, Am explained. Hey, Borsalino, what's your quirk? Shuka whispered. In the fake city, Uraraka said, I still don't see anyone. Katsumi taunted, well. Did the other extra leave you to your fate? I'll crush you. Ah. Borsalino-san is on the 5th floor. Uraraka shouted. Outside the building, Izuku responded, understood. He brought his hands together and declared, Sacred Mirror. Katsumi noticed the bright light and asked, what is that? Surprise, Izuku replied. But Dabuch, Katsumi started, but Izuku kicked her, destroying the floor and sending her crashing to the 1st floor. Wow, they can't take a hit. Are you okay? Izuku asked, looking at Uraraka, who had her eyes rolled back and mouth open. In the observation room, everyone was in shock. He's a monster. Mineta exclaimed. What kind of quirk is that? Siro added. He sent Bakugo-san to the 1st floor with one kick. Jiro said wide-eyed. Thank goodness we didn't have to face Borsalino. Mina breathed. Em thought that speed, that strength, it's like if it. So that was his plan, Melissa murmured. In the midst of the combat, Izuku shook Uraraka. Uraraka. What are you? She gasped. I'm just a person, let's go for the bomb, he said, walking away. Watch out for the hole. Yeah, she replied, following him. Meanwhile, Ida was shouting, Bakugo. Bakugo. Damn it. Izuku adjusted his glasses and sighed, Yar days. You're very alone. I'm not going to lose. Ida declared, getting into a fighting stance. I don't have to defeat you, I'm feeling lazy, Izuku said, yawning. If you keep this up, you don't deserve to be at UA. Ida retorted, glaring at Izuku. Am's voice boomed through the megaphone. Heroes win. Huh? Ida exclaimed, confused. Izuku raised his palm and said, You forgot about my partner. Yay. Uraraka cheered, jumping to high-five Izuku. After they returned to the combat room, Am addressed the students. Well, young people, I must say I'm very impressed with your skills. I want to congratulate you on your effort. Keep it up. He gave a thumbs up. I have other things to do, so Borsalino, you're responsible for taking her to the infirmary. With that, he left quickly. Everyone turned to see Izuku holding Katsumi in a bridal carry. Yes, he asked, noticing their stares. Dude. Kirishima said, his eyes wide. What's your quirk? Izuku was just about to leave with Katsumi when Shuka touched his back. Ignoring questions is disrespectful, she said. Izuku paid her no mind and continued to walk away. It seems he doesn't like talking about his quirk. Don't worry, Izuku, you don't have to say anything, Melissa added. Izuku turned around and smiled. Thanks, Melissa. You're welcome, she replied, a little flustered. Shuka insisted, Well, I want to know. Answer my question, as she grabbed him a bit more roughly, causing the temperature to drop slightly. Miss, you shouldn't do that, Izuku pointed out. The atmosphere grew tense until someone stirred. Ha! Katsumi said sleepily, her cheeks flushing as she realized a boy was carrying her in a bridal style. You idiot! Who do you think you are? She exclaimed, a mix of anger and embarrassment coloring her face. Oh, you're awake, Izuku said, gently setting her down. Don't think you can win against me. I'm better than you. Katsumi shot back defiantly. Shuka, let's head back to the classroom, Izuku suggested, trying to defuse the situation. Don't ignore me. Katsumi yelled, her voice rising. Sundra, Izuku remarked, eliciting laughter from some of the onlookers, though Melissa felt a pang of jealousy. Why am I jealous? Izuku is just my friend, right? She thought. You didn't answer my question, Shuka pressed, undeterred. I don't respond to spoiled girls, Izuku replied, walking away and leaving a silence in his wake, especially since she was the daughter of Hiro no. The extra isn't afraid of anything, Katsumi said, a smile creeping onto her face despite her earlier anger. Sundra, Melissa chimed in, trying to lighten the mood. What did you say, you DMN extra? Katsumi retorted, her competitive spirit flaring again. A new day began, and UA was surrounded by reporters eager to learn that AM was teaching there. Even the students weren't spared from the reporters' questions as Aizawa and Mike attempted to manage the crowd. Is the press invading UA? Izuku wondered aloud as he walked among the reporters. What are classes with AM like? One reporter asked, moving a microphone toward him. Izuku gestured for silence. Oh, I'm sorry, another reporter said, realizing their mistake. Idiot, he can't hear you, the first one replied, a hint of annoyance in their voice. Izuku smiled as he walked past them, unfazed. Smart kid, Aizawa whispered to himself. In the classroom, Aizawa stood before the class and announced, All right, everyone, today you'll be doing something very important. You need to elect a president and vice president. While you do that, I'll take a little nap. But how will we do that? We barely know each other, Mina questioned, looking around at her classmates. We should choose through fair anonymous elections. We must choose responsibly, Ida suggested, taking charge. I volunteer. I'll make the girl's uniform shorter. Mineta exclaimed, raising his hand enthusiastically. Wow, wow, Izuku said from behind him, shaking his head. Everyone turned to look at Izuku, their eyes wide. They hadn't even seen him move. If you put me in charge, I'll control this idiot, he said, stepping on Mineta's foot. With that simple phrase, he earned the votes of all the girls in the room. Time passed and Aizawa called, All right, Borsalino and Shield, come to the front. Who voted for the yellow monkey? Katsumi shouted, her voice echoing in disbelief. Yellow monkey, Kirishima echoed, confused. Look at him. Eating a banana like a monkey, she said, pointing at Izuku, who was indeed munching on a banana. Just don't make me impatient, Izuku replied, still chewing. I'll do my best, Melissa said determinedly, her cheeks flushing as Izuku affectionately petted her hair. They're too small, he remarked, stroking Melissa's hair gently. Class A responded in unison, Your Adamon Mountain. In the cafeteria, Izuku sat calmly eating bananas. Melissa, sitting next to him, asked, You really like them, huh? They're my favorite fruit, he replied with a smile. Should we join you? Kirishima asked, accompanied by Katsumi and Mina. She forced me to come. Katsumi said angrily, pointing an accusing finger at Mina. Okay, Izuku said, taking another bite of his banana. We trust you'll keep the little pest in check, Mina added, referring to Mineta. I don't like those kinds of people, Izuku stated firmly. Tell us a story, Kirishima prompted, eager for entertainment. Some perverts tried to approach my childhood friend. Now I don't know what happened to them, Izuku shared, his tone casual. Did you kill them? Katsumi teased, raising an eyebrow. I don't know, he replied simply. How the hell don't you know? She said, her annoyance growing. It's not like I'd go back and ask, Are you okay, buddy? He said sarcastically. Mina, Melissa, and Kirishima were left in shock for a moment. PFFFA. You're cool, yellow monkey, Katsumi laughed, her earlier irritation forgotten. As you say, mayonnaise hair, Izuku shot back, smirking. What did you say? Katsumi exclaimed, her competitive nature flaring again. Suddenly, a siren sounded outside. The reporters, Izuku said, looking out the window. Ugh, it's just the reporters, Melissa sighed, rolling her eyes. Tisk, as if I'd be afraid of a couple of villains if that were the case, Katsumi scoffed, crossing her arms defiantly. I'm just saying they're a bunch of cowardly reporters. Izuku shouted, making everyone stop and stare. Katsumi looked at him and whispered, Is this love? What? Kirishima asked, confused. Shut up, fire hair. Katsumi retorted, her cheeks flushing again. Time passed, and Aizawa announced, all right, today we'll do rescue drills. Since the facilities are far away, we'll go by bus. Hai Aizawa. The class responded in unison. All eyes turned to Izuku. He said, caught off guard. I'll let it slide. Aizawa remarked, shaking his head. On the bus, Tsu turned to Izuku and said, Borsalino-san, I'm a person who says what I think. Go on, Izuku replied, adjusting his glasses. What's your quirk? She asked, drawing everyone's attention. I won't say, he said, smiling playfully. That's fine, I respect your privacy, Tsuyu replied, nodding. Thanks, Azui, Izuku said, appreciating her understanding. Call me Tsu, she corrected him gently. All right, Tsu, he said, settling into his seat. I want to know, Shuka said seriously, her curiosity piqued. No, Todoroki, I won't tell you, Izuku responded, a teasing smile on his face. Why keep it hidden? She pressed, not ready to give up. Why say it? He replied, his smile widening. I got you half and half, Katsumi chimed in, enjoying the banter. Everyone be quiet, we've arrived, Aizawa ordered, cutting off the conversation. As everyone got off the bus, Izuku whispered, incredible, so big just like my, trailing off with the last part. Welcome to, a voice began but was interrupted. 13. I love 13. Uraraka shouted, her excitement palpable. You do know 13 is a woman, right? Izuku pointed out, raising an eyebrow. And Aizawa added, trying to keep the focus. Time's up, 13 whispered, her voice commanding attention. Just like in the anime, a purple mist began to form in the center of USJ. Wow, fake villains. Kirishima exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. Yeah, they're not fake, 13 said, leaving the students tense, except for Izuku, who remained calm. Is that everyone? Tamura asked, surveying his army. Did you want more? Kurojairi replied, his tone indifferent. I don't see him, is she coming? Tamura questioned, scanning the area. The report said she would, Kurojairi answered. Take care of them, 13, I'll go, Aizawa started but was interrupted. What a problem? Izuku said, and everyone turned to look at him. The villains of Japan have truly earned their reputation. They're monsters. Izuku walked toward the edge under the watchful and confused gaze of everyone, even the villains. To kill a snake. You must cut off its head, he said, locking eyes with Tamura. Who does that kid think he is? A villain wondered aloud. But he's so big, a villainess remarked, her eyes wide. Charge. The villains shouted, rallying together. In an instant, Izuku transformed into small rays of light. What? Everyone exclaimed in shock. The villain shielded his eyes, exclaiming, what a bright light. What is that? Another villain asked, squinting at the dazzling glow that had suddenly appeared before Tamura. As the light faded, it transformed back into Izuku. It's the kid, one of the villains stammered in shock. Izuku declared, one of the 3 imperial jewels. Hey, that hurts my eyes. Tamura complained, though he felt a surge of confidence thanks to the Nomu standing beside him, a creature resembling a mutant bird that absorbed the impact of the light. Izuku raised an eyebrow. The attack erupted into a massive explosion, sending Tamura flying from the shockwave. As he landed on the ground, he smiled despite the situation. They countered Borsalino's attack. Kirishima shouted, astonished. What is that? Denki asked, bewildered. The Nomu began to regenerate, prompting Aizawa to observe. It's regenerating. Regeneration. Izuku echoed, surprised. Kurojairi materialized next to the Nomu, declaring, you won't get close. Tamura stood up, adding ominously. To the king. Kurojairi continued, so easily. Izuku remarked, the villains in Japan are really frightening. Melissa, her voice trembling, asked, what happened to its body? She was referring to the Nomu. It took Borsalino's attack and is still standing, Tsuyu said, a hint of fear in her voice. What a strange ability. Is that thing human? Izuku pondered aloud. Its wounds are disappearing. Katsumi exclaimed. Incredible. Can it not be hurt? Shiro added, astonished. You managed to injure it? Tamura taunted. Liar, Izuku shot back. It doesn't matter what attack it takes. It regenerates. Tamura shouted defiantly. This is the first time I've seen a bird like that, Izuku noted, his fingers beginning to glow. Attack! Tamura commanded. The Nomu lunged forward, attempting to kick Izuku, who blocked the attack with his arm, wincing in pain. That hurt. Liar! Tamura retorted. Your creature won't withstand this attack anymore, Izuku declared, launching a beam of light that obliterated the Nomu's head. Tamura smirked. Heh, it's ironic. I should be angry, but you were a good rival. Izuku, now behind him, said, Yar days. Kurogiri announced, game over. Get out of here, it's not like I care, Izuku replied with a smile. What? But with my Nomu and… Tamura protested as Kurogiri whisked him away. We're done for, one villain murmured in shock, staring at the tremendous spectacle. Izawa whispered, Borsalino. What is your quirk? Time passes as the police took the villains away. Izawa spoke to Izuku. Borsalino, tomorrow after class we'll go to the principal's office, okay? Yar days, I don't see the problem, Izuku replied casually. We need you to tell us your quirk. Izawa pressed. Izuku fell silent, slowly walking away. You'll have to do it whether you like it or not. Izawa insisted. Well, wait then. Izuku said, pausing. Chapter end. After the USJ attack, classes resumed as normal, with no injuries reported. Alright kids, the sports festival is coming up, and you'll have time to train, Izawa announced, capturing everyone's attention. Is it a good idea to do it after the villain attacks? Tsuyu asked, her voice tinged with concern. What are you saying? Izawa slammed his hands on his desk. The sports festival is the pride of the school, a great opportunity for you. If a couple of scaredy cats don't want to participate because of a villain attack, then I'll… Izuku interrupted with a slap. Thanks, I deserved that, Izawa said, regaining his composure. Anyway, as I was saying, security will be increased, professional heroes will be there, and it will also be your chance to shine. Although Borsalino already did, that's it, get out. And you, Borsalino, you know what to do, he added seriously. Izuku simply walked away with the other students. But what? Kirishima exclaimed, noticing the crowd of students at the door. What are all these students doing here? Please move aside. Ida urged. What do you want? Mina asked, confused. Easy, investigate the enemy move. Katsumi instructed. Wow, the famous Class A is just a bunch of arrogant kids. Maybe they don't deserve to be there, one student remarked. Are you sure you're heroes? A blonde student added. What are your names? Melissa inquired, trying to gather information. Hitoshi Shinso, one student replied. Nito Minoma. From the great Class B, another announced proudly. I know you defeated the villains at USJ, but that doesn't mean you're better, Shinso challenged. Class A fell silent. Excuse me, but we didn't defeat the villains. Shiro interjected. You had to be saved, how pathetic. Minoma scoffed. Izawa emerged from among his students, clarifying, what he means is that one single student defeated all the villains. This revelation stunned the general studies courses and a few from Class B who were present. And who was it? Shinso asked, intrigued. At that moment, Izuku stepped forward, exuding a DMNT aura that intimidated several with his height. Well, did someone say my name? He said, bowing slightly. You're the one who defeated the villains. You don't look that impressive, Minoma taunted. Serious expressions spread across the faces of his classmates. You're pathetic. Compared to the great Class B. Minoma continued. Minoma. Stop bothering Class A, a girl with orange hair interjected as she approached him. Kendo, he asked, surprised, but she quickly knocked him out. Forgive him, she said, bowing apologetically. Izuku chuckled. You know, I know you want to be in Class A and beat us, but let me tell you something, no one here would beat me. He began to walk away. Arrogant, Shinso muttered. Arrogance is worth it if you have the strength to back it up, Izuku replied with a smile. I need to go to the principal's office. He whispered the last part. Time skip standing in front of the principal's office, Izuku took a deep breath. Time to go in. As he entered, he noticed several recognized heroes gathered inside. Era. I'm a villain, how scary, he joked, raising his hands in mock surrender. Please take a seat, young Borsalino. We're here to discuss an important matter, Nizu said, gesturing to a chair. Your quirk, young man, Midnight prompted. We need you to tell us, Endeavor added seriously. I won't, Izuku replied simply. Please, Shounen, you have to do it, insisted. The discussion continued for 10 minutes, but Izuku remained silent, and the heroes grew increasingly impatient. Endeavor slammed a folder full of papers on the table. 28 seriously injured by villains. You wanted to ensure their deaths, Mirko accused. Izuku remained quiet. Did you feel anger? Or hatred? Damn pressed. They were giving up, begging you to stop. Aizawa added, frustration evident in his voice. Izuku stayed silent. But you attacked again and again. Empty Lady exclaimed. I won't say it. Izuku finally whispered. You've already used and shown your gift, why won't you say it? Aizawa demanded. Enough. Izuku murmured. Aizawa slammed his fists on the table. Just say your quirk. Is it that hard to say? Endeavor, losing patience, grabbed Izuku's shirt, pulling him up and confronting him. Just say your gift. Just say it. He shouted, shaking him. Izuku remained silent. Young Borsalino, if you don't say it, I'll have to expel you. Nizu warned. Izuku finally relented, surprising everyone. Mirko, exasperated, grabbed Izuku. Why the hell don't you want to talk about your gift? Izuku took a deep breath. When I was 4 years old, I discovered my quirk, and it caught the attention of everyone present. I remember being really excited when the doctor revealed my quirk. My parents and I were thrilled. But deep down, I knew the truth about my origins. The tests revealed a shocking truth. I was not my father's son. The revelation left everyone stunned, and I was frozen in disbelief as we left the clinic. My parents argued throughout the car ride home, their voices rising in intensity. I distinctly heard my father declare, I'm tired of this, I'm leaving. Some people felt pity for me, while others regretted pushing me so hard. I stepped outside, not even recalling why I had left my room. When I emerged, my mother spotted me and accused me of being a mistake. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a knife and advanced toward me, causing everyone in the room to feel a wave of worry and sorrow, some even shedding tears. My father, despite not being my biological parent, jumped in front of her, but he still managed to hurt me in the chaos. The building shook violently, and a piece of the ceiling fell on my mother, tragically ending her life. As the structure collapsed, I caught a glimpse of the bodies of my caretakers. I escaped through the rubble and ran, not daring to look back. Most of the audience felt a deep sadness, recalling the trauma I had endured at such a young age. They understood why I was reluctant to discuss my quirk. Nizu wiped away tears, clearly moved by my story. Aizawa expressed his pity, while others shared their regrets. Mirko, feeling embarrassed, offered her support, and Midnight cried, apologizing for their ignorance. Present Mike and Lady echoed their sorrow. That's all in the past now, I said with a smile, surprising the adults with my unexpected maturity. Nizu asked, what has your life been like since then? I replied, because of the streets, money, and alcohol, I became a womanizer. Forgive me, sir. My admission shocked everyone present. I'm a womanizer. I sang, trying to lighten the mood. Aizawa leaned in to whisper to Mike, who was pulling out his phone to set a rhythm. I continued, when I steal a girl away, it's goodbye. I never saw that coming, someone murmured. I playfully pointed out the girls in the room, lifting Mirko and spinning MD Lady, making them blush. Is that all? See you later, I said, leaving the room and leaving the heroes speechless. Nizu noted, all right, take note, never ask young Borsalino about his quirk again, and keep an eye on your daughters. As I exited the principal's office, I found it dull and decided to head home. Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey!" I turned around, paralyzed. "Where did you get those glasses?" she asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. I stammered, "May, don't you recognize me?" "Just a moment," she replied. "Oh May, it's me Izuku," I exclaimed, lifting her up in excitement. "Is it really? Oh my God, it's been so long," she exclaimed, hugging me tightly. "I missed you so much." She cried in my embrace. "May, you don't know how much I needed you," I said, tears welling in my eyes. "Look at you. You've grown so much since we last saw each other," she said, still teary-eyed. "Yeah, you've grown a bit too," I replied with a smile. Noticing our position, she turned as red as a tomato. "Izuku, oh, I'm sorry. Do you want me to put you down?" I asked. "No. I missed you too much," she said, hugging me tighter. "Are you busy? Can we hang out for a bit?" I asked. "Yes. We can go out," she replied, blushing. "Great. Would you like to go to the movies?" I suggested. "Yes, please," she exclaimed. "All right, do you want to change?" "You're covered in oil," I joked. "That's my charm. I like it," I added, giving her a kiss on the forehead. "Ah, you silly," she said, hugging me again. "Will you take me to the workshop to change?" she asked. "There's a workshop?" I tilted my head in confusion. "Wait, you didn't know? No wonder you didn't come to see me. The workshop is where we make hero costumes. Come on, I'll guide you." "I'm still carrying you, right?" I asked. "Of course." She smiled. "Let's go then." 15 minutes later, I set her down. "All right, May, I'll wait for you here. Go change?" "Okay, just give me 15 minutes." she replied. 15 minutes later, she returned, sitting in front of me. "I'm ready." "Wow, May, you look so appealing. Just like the day you left," I said, mesmerized. "Don't say those things, Baka." She pouted. I wiped a small trickle of BLD from my nose and smiled. "All right, May, let's go." "Okay, let's go to the movies," she said cheerfully. 30 minutes later, I looked at the movie listings. So, we have 50 Shades of Grey, Mother, and Pacific Rim. I'm not sure if I want to see Mother or Pacific Rim. She pondered. "Well, one is a drama and the other is action, but both have robots," I explained. "I don't like drama, let's watch Pacific Rim," she decided with a smile. "2 for Pacific Rim," I told the clerk. "Sure, that'll be 600 yen please," the clerk replied. I pulled out my wallet. "Here you go." "Thank you very much," the clerk said. "Let's go get some snacks," I suggested. "All right, let's go," she agreed. At the snack counter, the clerk asked, "Yes, what would you like?" "Order whatever you want," I said, smiling. "We're sharing, right?" she asked. "Yes," I confirmed. "Let's see. 2 XXL buckets of popcorn with 2 XXL sodas, some nachos with double cheese, 2 extra-large hot dogs with mustard, and 2 jumbo-sized chocolate bars," she listed. The clerk quickly wrote everything down. "All right, that'll be 3,600 yen please." I pulled out my wallet again. "Do you have change for 4,000? "Yes, young man, don't worry," the clerk assured me. "Here you go," I said. "Thank you. Here's your change. Your order will be ready in 15 minutes, the clerk informed us. "What time is the movie?" I asked. 4:30, and it's 4:10 now," May replied. "Perfect." 15 minutes later, the clerk handed us our order. "Please carry it carefully." May took the sodas and chocolates while I carried everything else. "It's in Theater 4, she said. "All right, let's go." After the movie, May exclaimed, "The movie was incredible." Midnight announced, "You all get a short break until the next test." May jumped onto Izuku exclaiming, "Congratulations, Izuku." Izuku caught her and lifted her up, smiling. "You did great too." Melissa chimed in, Ahem, congratulations, Izuku-san. Mei looked at Izuku curiously. Izuku, who is she? Izuku set Mei down. Well, Katsumi interjected, how dare you beat me? Mei turned to Izuku. Izuku, Shuka declared, Borsalino, next time I'll win. Izuku replied, okay, well, Mei, this is Melissa. Melissa smiled brightly. Nice to meet you, Izuku-san. You saved me during the entrance exam. She hugged Izuku. Izuku added, and the girl with the explosive personality is Katsumi Bakugo. Katsumi retorted, what did you say? Izuku continued, and she's a bit of a tsundere. Katsumi shot back, shut up. Mei smiled knowingly. I see. I'm Handsome Mei, someone very special to Izuku. Melissa raised an eyebrow. And what does that mean? Mei replied proudly, childhood friend and girlfriend, so you can back off. Mei. Izuku said, a hint of seriousness in his tone. At that moment, two cracks echoed in the room. Melissa looked at Izuku with wide eyes, her voice trembling as she asked, is that true? She struggled to hold back her tears. Yes, Meli-chan, Izuku confirmed softly. Katsumi, fighting her own emotions, scoffed, tisk, and what does that matter? Mei, noticing the girl's expressions, whispered to herself, I think I was a bit harsh. Then, with a wink, she added, you know, I usually share my things if I trust someone. Izuku raised an eyebrow, confusion evident on his face. And what does that have to do with anything? Melissa pondered, is she trying to tell us to? No way, right? Meanwhile, Katsumi thought defiantly, just you wait, inventor. I'll be his favorite. Come on, Izuku. Before you came, I prepared your favorite food, Mei urged. Oh, really? Izuku replied, a smile spreading across his face. Bananas. Melissa chimed in. Mei shook her head. That's his favorite fruit, but what he really enjoys is miso ramen. Katsumi smirked. So, know-it-all, what's his favorite dessert? Mei grinned. Well, he loves ginger, so when we were kids, I used to bring him ginger cookies. She continued, his BLD type is XF. He's 2 meters and 30 centimeters tall, and his quirk is. She had drawn the attention of those nearby. That's not necessary to say, Mei, Izuku interjected. Come on, I know a lot about him. Mei said, her tone a mix of pride and arrogance. I hadn't posted yesterday because I was busy working on the One Piece reaction chapter. Izuku was enjoying lunch with Mei, Melissa, and Katsumi. I love miso ramen, he exclaimed, savoring each bite. And I brought you this too, Mei announced, placing a bottle on the table. Oh, it's a banana and milk smoothie, my favorite. Thanks, Izuku replied, his face lighting up. Mei shot a triumphant look at Melissa and Katsumi. So, Izuku-san, how did you meet Mei? Melissa asked, curiosity evident in her voice. Well, I went to the park to play when I was little. We were both alone, and she invited me to read, so I accepted, and voila, the start of our appealing friendship, Izuku explained. Which later turned into a romance, Mei added playfully. Katsumi rolled her eyes. That sounds so cliché. And that sounds very tsundere. Melissa teased, causing Izuku and Mei to laugh. Whatever you say, you DMN Yankee. Katsumi shot back. I've always liked girls with glasses, Izuku said, blushing as he glanced at Melissa. You're talking about my glasses, right? Mei pointed to her goggles. Yes, and also because you gave me my glasses, Izuku admitted. She gave them to you? Melissa asked, surprised. Well, you see, when I was 12, my parents had to move, and I gave them to you as a farewell gift, Mei explained. And since then, I only take them off to sleep and shower, Izuku added. Wow, that sounds so nerdy coming from you. Katsumi teased. And you have mayonnaise-colored hair, Izuku retorted. My hair is ash cream-colored. Katsumi protested. That's the color of mayonnaise. Izuku insisted. You yellow monkey. Katsumi exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Izuku leaned closer, a playful glint in his eyes. There's something fascinating about your face. Katsumi turned red and stepped back. What are you saying? May laughed heartily. Ha! Are you still using that trick? I remember you distracted me a lot. Melissa smiled. It's fun to have these kinds of conversations. We should get together more often, Izuku suggested. Suddenly, a voice boomed, "Students to the arena." Time to go, Izuku said, disappearing in an instant. I hate when he does that, May sighed. Hey, you mentioned sharing. Melissa began. Were you referring to? Katsumi prompted. Well, the truth is, I'm a lesbian, but Izuku makes me feel like only my body can belong to him, May confessed. That was too specific. Melissa remarked. Nah, it's not like I've never shown my lesbian side, Katsumi said with a smirk. You too? Melissa asked, surprised. What? The guys were scared of me and he didn't run away in terror, that's something. Katsumi defended. Plus, his sarcasm and insults. She bit her lip. May nodded. She gets me. So, what do you say, Yankee? Katsumi challenged. Melissa blushed. Well, I love him a lot, Melissa admitted. He was my first friend who didn't want anything in return, like money or gifts. Excellent, well, let's go, May said, standing up. You'll see, mechanic, I'll be your favorite, Katsumi teased. Don't forget about me. Melissa called after them. 10 minutes later, Midnight announced, the next test will be the cavalry test. After a crushing victory for Izuku's team against the other teams, the results were as follows. Team Izuku, Izuku, May, Melissa, Katsumi Team Shuka, Shuka, Denki, Momo, Ida Team Shinso, Shinso, Ojiro, Tokoyami, Aoyama Team Monoma, Monoma, Ibara, Kendo, Tetsu Tetsu, congratulations to the winning teams. You will get a break. Midnight declared. As everyone was leaving, Shuka approached Izuku. If you're going to stay silent, I'm leaving, Izuku said, turning to go. I almost broke my promise, Shuka admitted. Not to use your fire, right? Izuku asked. My father. That bastard only uses me as a weapon to surpass AM. Shuka confessed. I see, Izuku replied. He forced my mother to marry him for his selfish dream and labeled her crazy, Shuka continued. And not once did you go visit her because she caused that burn on you, Izuku pointed out. How do you know that? Shuka asked, anger flaring. It's easy to deduce, Izuku replied calmly. Maybe you don't have a family to be proud of, but I will defeat you, Shuka declared. Maybe you are Am's illegitimate child, Shuka added. I don't know, Izuku said, his patience wearing thin. How do you not know? Shuka shouted. My mother cheated on my father, and apparently, I'm the result. Thanks for reminding me. Izuku snapped, walking away. Shuka stood in shock, speechless. Midnight announced, the first match. Melissa versus Shinso. On the right we have a great student from Class A. And on the other side, a student from General Studies. I want a fair and clean fight. Begin. Midnight commanded. Shinso smirked. Oh wow, the blonde girl. I hope you're not someone arrogant like that DMN mountain. It's so pathetic, he added. Izuku is not Pat. Melissa started. You fell, Shinso interrupted. Get out of the arena, he ordered. Melissa complied, leaving the arena. But what is this? Student Melissa is giving up. The announcer exclaimed. No, it's the boy's quirk, it's brainwashing, Aizawa explained. And it went down just like in the canon. Winner Melissa. Midnight declared. Next round. Izuku Borsalino. Against Ibara Shiakase. On one side, we have the star student of this year, Izuku Borsalino. And on the other side, we have the student from Class B. Her vines are a wonder. Begin. Midnight shouted. Please forgive. Ibara said, launching a large amount of vines. Izuku dodged effortlessly. Ibara tried everything she could to hit him. Surrender, miss. I'm too fast, Izuku said, still dodging. Ibara formed a fist with her vines. Interesting, Izuku remarked. Ibara launched the vine fist. Game over, Izuku declared. He shot a beam of light that destroyed Ibera's vines, sending her flying and causing the ground to shake. The audience gasped in awe. Winner Izuku. Please take Miss Ibera to the infirmary. Midnight announced. What a fight, ladies and gentlemen, the announcer exclaimed as the crowd erupted in cheers. Come on, she gave it her all too. Izuku said, displaying a sense of humility. What humility, folks? What humility? The announcer continued, his voice booming. I think I should accompany her to the infirmary, Izuku decided, concern etched on his face. Infirmary Ibera stirred awake, rubbing her head. My head. Hello, miss, Izuku greeted her gently. Oh. Where am I? Ibera asked, her surprise evident. In the infirmary, Izuku replied. Oh, she said, looking downcast. I lost. I'm sorry. Izuku began, but Ibera quickly interrupted. Don't apologize, she said, taking his hand. You did well, Izuku. Let me tell you something. She leaned in closer, whispering, You're the first one who has given me such a fight. Ibera felt her cheeks flush at his smile. Are you Christian? I don't know what that's about, but yes, I'm Christian, Izuku answered, a bit confused. I'm sorry, Ibera said, composing herself. Why are you sorry? A woman like you shouldn't apologize, Izuku said, meeting her gaze. Call me Ibera, she said softly. Ibera, he repeated, his voice deep and warm. They both leaned closer, lost in the moment, when suddenly, Ibera's mother kicked the door open. Daughter, are you okay? It took us a while to find the infirmary, but, what's going on, dear? Mr. Ibera asked, stepping into the room. Oh, it's just my little girl with a friend, Mrs. Ibera replied. Ibera quickly stepped away from Izuku. Hello, Mum, Dad. Mr. Ibera scrutinized Izuku. Stand up, boy. Izuku, not fully understanding but complying, stood up. Here we go again. Mrs. Ibera muttered. You're tall, Mr. Ibera noted. Are you Christian? He asked, his voice rising. Well, yes, Izuku responded, still a bit bewildered. Good, you've earned some points. Mr. Ibera said, his tone shifting. What are your intentions with my daughter? Sir, I only came to visit her because I was the one who left her like this, Izuku explained. So you hurt her? Mr. Ibera accused. Dad, we're at a festival. Ibera interjected. Dear. Mrs. Ibera said, trying to calm her husband. Oh, right, Mr. Ibera conceded. Can I go? Izuku asked, eager to leave the awkward situation. Yes, Borsalino, don't worry, Ibera assured him. Goodbye. Izuku said, vanishing before their eyes, leaving everyone stunned. He's really fast, Mrs. Ibera remarked. You owe me an explanation, young lady, Mr. Ibera said, turning to Ibera. Chapter end. I'm sorry for not posting yesterday. That communication teacher gave me a ton of homework. I thought to myself. I'll only show the fights with Izuku, I added. Oh yeah. Let's continue with the duels. Someone shouted. On one side, we have the star student, Izuku Borsalino. The applause echoed through the arena. On the other side, we have a young heroine who promises a lot. The explosive Katsumi Bakugo. In the stands, Mitsuki cheered, Go, my little girl, while Masaru held up a small sign that read, Class A. Kirishima was caught in internal conflict, and Melissa asked, What happened? Mina replied, She doesn't know whether to support Borsalino or Katsumi. Shuka still felt bad about what she had said to Izuku earlier. Fight! I'm ready, Izuku said, lowering his glasses slightly and winking. Katsumi blushed slightly. Ha, you think you can defeat me this time? Since you're special to me, I'll be nice, he said with a smile. Special? Katsumi stammered, playing with her fingers. Sundra, he teased. You're going down. Katsumi shouted, launching explosions toward him. Too slow, Izuku said, effortlessly dodging all her attacks. Grr. Katsumi growled, unleashing a massive explosion. I admit you're good, Izuku said, appearing behind her. What a spectacle. The young explosive is giving it her all, but Izuku is dodging everything. The announcer exclaimed. Katsumi, my power is divine, You don't have many chances of winning, he said playfully. Oh really? She challenged. Yes. I may not be a goddess, but I'll be your destruction, she declared, attacking again. If you're this wild, I can't imagine you in a serious fight, he replied, still playful. What? Katsumi said, turning red and getting distracted. Yeah, he's quite the charmer, someone whispered from the crowd. Ha, distracting you is easy, Izuku said with a laugh. DMNU. Katsumi yelled. My fists attack like fireworks. She charged at him, putting her hands on his torso. Izuku vanished just in time. Stupid and fast Izuku, she shouted in frustration. Let's finish this, Katsumi, he said with a smile. How are you so strong? She asked, bewildered. When I fight for her, everything comes easy to me, Izuku said, glancing at the box where Mei was sitting. Katsumi, feeling a pang of jealousy, declared, I will defeat you. Howitzer impact. Nope, game over, Izuku replied confidently. Not again. Katsumi exclaimed as he kicked her out of the arena. Midnight, Katsumi Bakugo is out of the arena. Winner, Izuku Borsalino. The announcer declared. Katsumi stood up, brushing herself off. Well, at least it was softer than in the combat trials, she said, feeling a bit sore. Well, I guess I'll take my leave, Izuku said, disappearing once more. Now I also hate when he does that, Katsumi muttered as she walked away. Let's continue with the rounds. Midnight announced. With Izuku, that was too easy, Izuku said, feeling very relaxed. I'm bored. Izuku, congratulations. Mei exclaimed, running toward him. Mei, he said happily. Did your parents come? He asked. Nah, my dad must be working and my mom is probably watching her soap opera, she replied. Doesn't that bother you? He inquired. Honestly, no. You're here and they know you'll take care of me, she said, hugging him tightly. I love you too, Mei, Izuku replied. Mei felt a flutter in her chest and smiled. You know, there's still a long way to your next round, and I'm already out. Let's go to the workshop. There won't be anyone there today, she suggested. Sure, why not? Izuku agreed. Now in the workshop. So, what's up? Izuku asked, looking around. I put this on for you, Mei said playfully. Wow, he stammered, taken aback. I want to see your buddy again, she teased. Oh, how adorable, he replied, a smile spreading across his face. 30 minutes later, Mei cried out, her excitement palpable. I love you. I love you so much. She exclaimed. I love you too, Mei. Izuku responded, his heart racing. I'm addicted to you, Izuku-kun. Only to you. She said, wrapping her legs around him. Good girl, he said, his voice low. Yes, Izuku-kun. Your girl. Only yours. She declared. 1 hour later, Izuku-kun. Izuku-kun. I love you, I love you. Mei shouted, riding him eagerly. I'm close. Izuku gasped. Inside, Izuku-kun. Inside. She urged, increasing the speed of her movements. He exclaimed, overwhelmed. Ah! Mei cried out in joy. A loud voice interrupted, Izuku Borsalino for the next round. You have 5 minutes. Well, Mei, they're calling me again, he said, quickly putting on his breathes. See you, he called out, vanishing before her eyes. What they didn't know was that someone was outside, eavesdropping. Katsumi, watching from a distance, thought, I want to be his girl too. Looking at Mei, she approached hesitantly. Seekanite. Mei, barely conscious, opened her legs and said, Try it, it's sweet. With the fight, welcome to the semifinals, the announcer boomed. On one side, we have the young star of the hero course, Izuku Borsalino. On the other side, we have a very bright and strong young woman. This girl would undoubtedly sacrifice herself for the innocent. Melissa Shield. Yeah, baby. Arena, I want a fair fight. Midnight declared. Izuku-san, I'll give it my all. Melissa said, determination shining in her eyes. I have high expectations for you, Melissa. I know you'll be a great heroine, Izuku replied with a warm smile. Melissa's excitement grew even more. Shall we begin? Izuku stood poised, ready for the challenge ahead. I'm always ready, he declared confidently. Melissa, her body crackling with energy, shouted, 10%. Izuku couldn't help but admire her progress. You've improved a lot, Meli-chan, he exclaimed as she charged toward him. I want to be good enough, she replied, determination fueling her attack. As she swung at him, Izuku dodged effortlessly, feigning amazement. That's really powerful. Frustration crept into Melissa's voice. I still can't land a hit on you. Come on, Melissa, don't get frustrated, he encouraged her. I can't help it, she retorted, launching herself at him once more. Oh, Meli-chan, he said, effortlessly evading her blows. Why can't I hit you? She cried, irritation evident in her tone. Can I tell you a secret? Izuku asked, a playful glint in his eye. Tell me, she urged, still attacking. No one has ever managed to hit me, he replied, amusement dancing in his voice. But I don't get it. In all your fights, no one has landed a single blow on you. She said, confusion etched on her face. Since I trust you, I'll tell you, but you have to attack me, he said, a hint of challenge in his tone. 15%. This is my maximum so far. She shouted, charging at him with all her might. Well, Meli-chan, the reason no one has been able to hit me is because. Just as she was about to land a punch to his stomach, Izuku bent down and whispered quickly in her ear, it's because I'm as fast as light. What? She gasped, surprised. Sorry about that, he said, and in an instant, she went flying out of the arena. Melissa is out of the arena. Izuku Borsalino wins. Midnight announced, her voice ringing through the stadium. That was a real battle. PM exclaimed. I'm hungry, Izuku said, disappearing from sight. He's as fast as light. Melissa muttered, still in shock and a bit sore from the match. Later, as Izuku enjoyed a peaceful meal, he marveled. This festival is simply amazing. Yeah, right? Melissa replied, still processing the earlier events. Wow, I'm impressed by your speed, he said, taking a sip of his drink. Says the one who's as fast as light, she shot back. Could you not shout it, please? I don't want people to know, he replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Why not? You could end crime once and for all, Melissa argued. When something moves as fast as light, it releases energy. If I do it too often, that energy could be catastrophic, he explained. I forgot about that detail, she admitted. I usually go a bit faster than sound. I rarely match the speed of light, he continued. You run that fast, she teased. Izuku looked at her, puzzled. You're not Meli-chan. Yes, I am. Katsumi sent me a message to tell you that, she said, showing him her phone. Well, he said, taking another sip of banana juice. You really like it, she noted. Banana smoothie and milk, there's nothing better, he replied. Yes, along with banana pancakes and honey, she added, a mischievous smile on her face. Don't tempt me, he warned. And banana cereal, she continued. It's not like I like it that much, he protested. Sorry, she laughed. I'm up against the cold-hearted lady on the outside, but I'd make her warm on the inside, he mused. What? She asked, confused. What do you mean? He replied, feigning innocence. The part about making her warm on the inside, she clarified. Meli-chan, how perverted, he teased. Katsumi is right, you're a little yellow monkey, she shot back. Whatever you say, he said, munching on cookies. I guess ginger, she added playfully. I'll do the tiger leap, he declared. Are you implying something? She asked, blushing. Well. Suddenly, the speaker blared, fighters ready for the final round. I'll answer you later, he said, winking at her. Demon speaker, she exclaimed, frustration and embarrassment flooding her cheeks. In the hallway, Izuku whistled cheerfully, but his mood shifted when Endeavor approached him, looking serious. Brat, Endeavor said, his tone cold. Second place, Izuku replied nonchalantly. Endeavor raised his hand, gripping his shirt and pulling it to his face. Look, insolent brat, you'll make my creation use my fire side. He continued, Plus, I'll ask the government for permission for you to marry my other daughter. Since you have no guardians, you belong to no one. So, DM orphan, do what I say, Endeavor commanded. Izuku's expression hardened. How dare you? You'll do what? Endeavor began, but Izuku cut him off. How dare you think the government can control me, he said, a smile creeping onto his face. You and your brat are alike, insulting an orphan, but I don't care, Izuku added, his voice steady. What? Endeavor asked, taken aback. I didn't care about my parents' death when I was a kid, why would I care now? Izuku replied defiantly. Goodbye, second place, he said, disappearing from sight. Endeavor let out a frustrated roar, yeah, as he breathed fire in anger. In the stadium, PM announced, and here we are in the final. 2 young stars from the first-year hero course. Contestants to the arena. Midnight called out. On the left side. The young daughter of the number 2 hero. Cold as ice. Shuka Todoroki. PM introduced her, and the crowd erupted in applause. On the other side, the student of unknown origin, unknown history. For heaven's sake, even his quirk is unknown. He is Izuku Borsalino. The audience responded with applause and sighs from girls captivated by his mysterious aura. Begin. Midnight commanded, cracking her WHP. Shuka took a deep breath. I'm sorry about earlier. Izuku shrugged, I'm not interested. But I want you to know that I will win, she declared, throwing ice at him. Ice is just cold water, he said, raising his hand. Boom, he shouted, and his lightning obliterated the ice. The crowd cheered, yeah, boo. DMN it. Shuka exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. Let's not bring the devil into your problem, girl, Izuku said with a smile. In the sky, Lucifer observed, what a good boy, too bad I'm God now. Lucifer. Spying again. Chloe scolded. I'm coming, detective, he replied, unfazed. Back in the arena, Shuka glared at Izuku. Are you going to humiliate me? How did you guess? He replied sarcastically. You're upset, aren't you? She pressed. No, someone help me with that, he said, thinking of May. Give up, she shouted, throwing ice at him again. Nope, he replied, launching lightning back at her. I said give up, she insisted, throwing more ice. No, he countered. Your arrogance will be your downfall, she warned, hurling another wave of ice. We can keep this going all day, he said, throwing lightning in response. DMN it, she muttered, frustration mounting. 30 minutes later, Izuku smirked. Looks like you're below 0, sweetheart. You flirt even in a fight, huh? She replied, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. Did you turn red from the cold or from me? He teased. Who knows? She shot back. Give up, he urged. I have to win, she insisted. For your mother, right? He asked, his tone softening. How do you know? She questioned, surprised. Well, I understand suffering very well, he replied, sincerity in his voice. I don't need help, she asserted. When did I offer it? He countered. Well played, she admitted, exhaling cold air. Let's heat things up, he said, his hand beginning to glow. Shuka threw ice at him, but he responded with a playful, and boom. It never gets boring. Why aren't you like the others? She asked, exhaling cold air and shivering. Let me guess, they fall at your feet because you're the daughter of number 2, he said, smirking. I never asked to be. But yes. She admitted reluctantly. It's because I'm not a lapdog, he replied, his tone firm. You're interesting, she said, a hint of admiration in her voice. Use your fire and we'll have a date, he suggested playfully. And you still want to flirt with me, huh? She asked, coughing lightly. Are you about to faint? He teased, noticing her unsteady stance. Make it quick, she replied, her breath visible in the cold air. You're very different, Izuku, she said, her voice softening. Did you say my name? He asked, surprised. Shuka blushed slightly. That doesn't mean anything. Do you love me? He asked, a playful smile on his face. No, she replied, but her expression betrayed her. Admit it, he urged, grinning. 15 minutes of flirtation later, Shuka finally said, "Please go out with me," her voice barely above a whisper as she struggled to stay upright. Izuku looked at the audience, a triumphant smile on his face. "And I was the one who started flirting with her." "In heaven," Lucifer remarked, "well played." Chloe replied, her tone serious, "Lucifer. It's just like your novel," he said, a hint of mischief in his voice. 15 minutes later, the combat resumed. "Only if you use your fire," Izuku said playfully. "All right," Shuka sighed, her breath visible in the air. Shuka ignited her fire, determination in her eyes. "Don't disappoint me." "I'm sorry," he said, appearing beside her in an instant. "What?" she asked, startled. Before she could react, he kissed her on the cheek. She stammered, her cheeks turning crimson. The male audience erupted in cheers. "What a man, that boy makes me proud." Meanwhile, the young female audience sighed in envy. "Lucky, I'm so jealous." "He was a womanizer," PM remarked. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "You just realized that? And how many has he had?" PM pressed. Aizawa replied, "With Todoroki, that would make 3 from my class." "We'll ask Vlad King later," PM suggested. Clearing her throat, she exclaimed, "What an epic fight." As the combat concluded, Shuka hesitantly spoke up. "Hey. You lost," Izuku said, playfully pushing her with his finger. Midnight announced, "Shuka Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Borsalino is the winner of the festival this year. Undefeated." PM cheered. The audience erupted in applause. "Whoa. Any words?" PM called out. Izuku paused for a moment. "Let me think." "Midnight-sensei, can I borrow the microphone?" he asked. "Here you go, sweetheart." Midnight said, tossing it to him. "Thanks, gorgeous." Izuku replied, a grin spreading across his face. Midnight blushed, trying to hide her reaction. "I know." Clearing his throat, Izuku addressed the attentive audience and heroes. "A toy man seeks strength for himself," he said, glancing at Endeavor. "But a real man gets it to protect." The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into mega applause, whistles, and cheers. Izuku bowed in appreciation. 1 hour later, Midnight stood before the crowd. To present the medals, the one and only AM. "I'm here," AM declared, dramatically falling from the sky. Approached Melissa. "Well done, Melissa Shaunen." "Yes. Thank you, M." Melissa beamed. AM then turned to Shuka. "Second place is also first." Shuka nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, AM faced Izuku. "I'm proud of you, young Borsalino. If you want anything, just ask. Can you introduce me to the #1 heroine in the United States?" Izuku asked, casting a glance at Shuka and Melissa, who both looked a bit jealous. Maybe if you keep doing a good job." AM laughed. "That's all plus. Ultra." The audience responded enthusiastically. Time passed since the sports festival, and now Class A gathered. "All right, students, the sports festival is over. Congratulations to Borsalino for being undefeated," Aizawa announced. "AM owes me the number of the #1 heroine in the US, Izuku reminded them. Yes, whatever you say." "Well, after the festival, the heroes saw you," Aizawa continued. "What does that mean, Aizawa-sensei?" Ida asked, puzzled. "You will do internships with heroes, each of you received," Aizawa explained, pausing for effect. "Don't feel bad if you didn't receive any, UA will provide one." "Wow. How exciting it will be to work with professional heroes." Mina exclaimed. "There's no one at my level," Izuku said with a smile. "That's the point, Borsalino. Considering past sports festivals, you're one of the few who remained undefeated," Aizawa replied. "Not really," Izuku shrugged. Aizawa continued. "Here they are. Izuku Borsalino 130590 Shuka Todoroki 4000 Melissa Shield 3948 Katsumi Bakugo 3594. The room fell silent, all eyes wide in disbelief. What the hell? Katsumi exclaimed, and Izuku quickly covered her mouth. Not here, dear, he whispered. Dear. She stammered, blushing. But there aren't even that many heroes in Japan. Kirishima protested. That number exceeds 100,000. Ida added, astonished. Well, third place, Melissa noted. More than 100,000 invitations. Shuka said, still in shock. That must be a record, Denki remarked. In fact, it is a record. Here, Borsalino, a trophy for the most invitations and a diploma, Aizawa said, pulling them out of his coat. Thank you, Izuku said, taking the items. But how is that possible? Siro asked, bewildered. Not only heroes from Japan were watching the festival, it was worldwide, Aizawa explained. Do you know more than one language? Melissa inquired, looking at Izuku. Let's see, I can speak Mandarin, English, Spanish, Japanese, French, Hindi, Portuguese, and German, Izuku replied, his confidence shining through. All eyes widened in surprise. I didn't know that, Aizawa admitted. Let's hear something in Japanese, Denki suggested. We're speaking Japanese, Jiraiya pointed out. Oh right, Denki said sheepishly. An insult in Spanish. Katsumi chimed in, smiling. Darn it, screw you, and the list goes on and on. Izuku retorted. 4 eyes. Katsumi teased. Huh? Ida asked, confused. Not now, Katsumi said, as Izuku covered her mouth again. That's why he received so many offers, including an invitation to tea with Queen Elizabeth, Izuku explained. Is she still alive? Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow. Trust me, we'll die, and she'll dance on our graves, Aizawa added dryly. And an invitation to drink with a famous athlete, he continued. Tell them I'll go. Izuku said seriously. But you still have to choose your internships, so take this time to decide. Also, Aizawa began. Midnight entered dramatically, a smile on her face. You will choose your hero names. Midnight, everyone exclaimed in unison. Aizawa added, she will be in charge of choosing your hero names. Remember, a bad name will haunt you for life. Midnight warned. You will be given time to choose your names, but if you already have them, come to the front, she instructed. 15 minutes later, Midnight sighed. For the last time, that name is not allowed. Darn rules. Katsumi complained. Tsuyu stepped forward. My name will be Froppy. Adorable. Everyone will love you. Midnight exclaimed. Melissa followed suit. Heroic energy. Original. Awesome. And appealing. Approved. Midnight declared. 15 minutes later, Midnight turned to Izuku. All right, star student, it's just you left. Let's see your name. Saving Light. Izuku announced. Catchy. Incredible. And very inspiring. It's an auditory delight. Midnight praised. Even I admit that was great, Aizawa said, pulling something from his coat. Yeah, my internships will be with the heroine MT lady, Izuku said proudly. Midnight, a hint of jealousy in her voice, asked, Are you sure, dear? I didn't send you an invitation. As far as I can see, no, Izuku replied, checking everything at incredible speed. Wait, then who? Midnight began. I'd be happy to go with you, sensei. Mineta interrupted. Oh no. Midnight groaned. Don't worry, Izuku said, taking the letter from Mineta. What about the letter? Mineta asked, confused. What are you talking about? Izuku replied. You have it in your hand, Mineta pointed out. Oh right, but this one belongs to a male hero. Mineta added. Thanks, love, Midnight whispered, winking at Izuku. No problem, he whispered back. Aizawa interjected. I should arrest you for inappropriate behavior, but honestly, I like both of you. Alright, that's all for today. Get out. Aizawa commanded. Oh no, I thought you liked me, Izuku said, feigning disappointment. I want to sleep, Aizawa replied, dismissing them. At the exit, Izuku whistled as Shuka grabbed his arm. He said, surprised. Pick me up at 8, don't be late, Shuka instructed. Oh sure. Your address? Izuku asked. Shuka handed him a piece of paper. My number and address, bye, she said, hurrying away. You still have your charm, Izuku, he said to himself, smiling. Hey, if you're dating someone else, invite me to join, Mei teased. It's always been like that, Mei. Our first kiss was a triple kiss with another girl. What was her name? Izuku recalled. I don't remember her name, but it was fun, Mei said, reminiscing. Yeah, should I take you home? Izuku offered. Please, Mei replied. Izuku knelt down. Hop on. Mei climbed onto his back. Giddy up. As you wish, you inventive genius, Izuku said, grinning. I'm not perverted. Mei protested. Whatever you say. Izuku laughed. 2 minutes later, they arrived at Mei's destination. Excellent. Lean down, she instructed. Izuku complied, leaning down. Mei kissed him. See you. Good luck. You know I will, Izuku said, disappearing. M from Mei watched, amused. Era, my little one is quite bold. Yeah. Mei stammered, surprised. I want you to know that Izuku-san is an excellent son-in-law, M from Mei said proudly. And Dad? Mei asked, concerned. Knocked out, M from Mei pointed to her unconscious father. What did he do? Mei inquired. I found him drinking at home, M from Mei explained. Why don't you let him drink in peace? Mei asked. Because it was the expensive wine, M from Mei replied. The one? Mei began. Yes, dear, the one we were saving for your wedding, M from Mei confirmed. Should we teach him a lesson? Mei suggested. Yes, you are my daughter, M from Mei said with a smile. Izuku stood in front of his mirror, preparing for the evening ahead. First, the suit, he murmured to himself. He reached for a golden box containing his MSDR's perfume. According to Maya's, it smells like success, liquid gold, and confidence, he read from the bottle, a hint of excitement in his voice. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, the smoke, he said when the call connected. Hey, Borsalino here. Need something? Came the cheerful voice on the other end. I'd like to make a reservation. I have a date, Izuku replied, his heart racing. Sure thing, kiddo. What time? I'll send you the address. And could you lend me a limousine? Absolutely. The smoke exclaimed. I'll be waiting, Izuku said before hanging up, a smile spreading across his face. At 7:30 p.m., the sound of a car horn echoed outside. Oh, they're here. Izuku exclaimed, rushing to the door. The chauffeur greeted him with a nod. Ready, sir. Where to? To Todoroki's address, Izuku replied, excitement bubbling within him. And the red and white roses you ordered, the chauffeur reminded him. Excellent, Izuku said, smiling as they set off. 20 minutes later, the chauffeur announced, We've arrived, sir. Izuku stepped out of the limousine, taking in the lovely house that resembled his own. He approached the door and knocked. Fuyumi opened the door, her eyes widening as she took in Izuku's appearance. Yes, who is it? She asked, her voice trailing off as she recognized him. Good evening, miss. Is Shuka Todoroki home? Izuku inquired politely. Fuyumi, starstruck, could only manage a breathless, handsome man. Oh, thanks. I hear that often, Izuku replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. Natsu's voice called from inside. Fuyumi, who is it? Handsome man, she repeated, still captivated. Natsu joined her at the door, glancing at Izuku. Well, he is a handsome man, he admitted, nodding in approval. You must be Shuka's date. She'll be down in a moment, Natsu continued, bowing slightly. I appreciate you helping her with her fire. Fuyumi quickly followed suit, bowing as well. Thank you. Just then, Shuka appeared, forming a heart with her hands. Hey, how do I look? The three of them turned to admire her. Natsu's eyes glistened with emotion. Take good care of her. Fuyumi thought to herself, I've wanted a good man for a long time, and my little sister is taking this hunk. Izuku gazed at Shuka, awestruck. A goddess. Don't say that, Shuka replied, half blushing. We're going to the bar, The limousine is waiting for us, Izuku informed her. The 3-star Michelin restaurant. Wow, let's go. Shuka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The night unfolded beautifully, and Izuku dropped Shuka off at her house, leaving their romantic future uncertain. The scene shifted to Class A on the subway, where their teacher, Aizawa, addressed them. Alright kids, during this time, you'll have internships with professional heroes to see what this job is like. It's your chance to show who you are. Yes. Mina cheered. Yes sir. Mind your manners in front of the heroes, Aizawa reminded them. Hi, Aizawa-sensei. Everyone, including Izuku, responded enthusiastically. As the rest of the class boarded the subway, Aizawa turned to Izuku. The MT Lady Agency is about 30 minutes away by subway. Izuku grinned. Cover your ears. Why? Aizawa asked, puzzled. In an instant, Izuku disappeared, creating a shockwave that made Aizawa cover his ears. Ah, what kind of quirk does that kid have? He wondered, pressing his ears tightly. Izuku materialized in front of MT Lady's agency, surveying the 15-story building. Wow, is this the agency of the heroine MT Lady? It doesn't look like much, he thought to himself as he entered. Inside, rookie heroes rushed around with papers in hand. If they brought me here just to do paperwork, I'm out, he whispered to himself. Approaching the receptionist, he said, Good afternoon, I'm here for the internship with MT Lady. Yes, one moment please, she replied, still on the phone. After a brief pause, she looked at Izuku. Top floor to the right. She's with a visitor, so please wait. Izuku vanished again. The receptionist sighed tiredly. Yes, hello, I'm back with you, Mr. Kami. Miss MT Lady wants to discuss a matter regarding her personal life. Now on the top floor, Izuku looked around at the various doors. Showers, library, beauty salon, he read aloud. Spotting a large golden door, he muttered, Fame has gone to her head. He knocked gently. Hello. Did I come at a bad time? He asked as he entered, noticing Lady sobbing while eating ice cream next to Mirko. Why did Rumi leave me? MT Lady cried. He was unfaithful to you. Mirko replied softly. With another man. MT Lady wailed, tears streaming down her face. Don't worry, we'll get back at him later, Mirko assured her. MT Lady sniffed. All men are the same. Izuku interjected. That's offensive, making sure they noticed him. And who are you? Mirko asked, raising an eyebrow. Oh sniff, he's the intern, MT Lady said, wiping her tears. I'm sorry kid, I'm not in the mood for missions. Mirko leaned closer to Izuku, whispering, her boyfriend was unfaithful. With another man. Izuku, feeling the weight of the situation, disappeared again. Wow, the kid's quirk is strong, but it's a mystery, Mirko remarked. MT Lady continued to cry, Kamui. Why were you unfaithful? Someone help me. Mirko shouted in exasperation. Izuku reappeared behind them, holding another tub of ice cream. I brought this, he said, handing it to MT Lady. Thank you, she sniffed, taking the tub. What? Mirko exclaimed, surprised. No need to explain, just tell me everything, Izuku replied. 15 minutes later, Izuku, MT Lady, and Mirko were all in fluffy pajamas, indulging in ice cream and sipping wine. He confessed his feelings to me at a waterfall. And just 2 weeks later, I see him kissing hawks, MT Lady sobbed. What a JRK, Izuku said, eating his ice cream. We'll have fried chicken later, Mirko added, taking a sip of her wine. Thank you, Rumi. And thank you, intern, Lady said, her voice still shaky. No problem. Besides, it's not like Japan needs us right now, Izuku replied casually. Meanwhile, somewhere else in Japan, a citizen shouted, help. A giant villain. As they ran desperately alongside others. Back with Izuku, he asked, by the way, do you want more ice cream? We have Neapolitan, strawberry, chocolate, and vanilla. Give me some of everything. MT Lady exclaimed, grabbing the tubs. Aren't we going to share? Mirko asked, raising an eyebrow. Izuku shrugged. I guess not, but there's still wine left. Can you even drink being underage? Mirko questioned, eyeing him. Shouldn't you keep your mouth shut being so short? Izuku shot back. They stared at each other seriously for a moment before both burst into laughter. Ah, yeah, right, they said in unison. Drink up already, you scoundrel. Mirko said, passing him a bottle of wine. At your service, Bunny, Izuku replied with a grin. And the lady sniffed. Why can't I forget him? She cried. She's been like this for hours, Mirko said, rolling her eyes. And I just got here a little while ago, Izuku added. Movie? Mirko suggested, grabbing the remote. What's in the catalog today? Izuku asked. Yeah, a movie isn't a bad idea, MT Lady agreed, still sniffling. Let's see, there's Titanic, Mirko said. He promised me our love would be like Jack and Roses. MT Lady cried, her tears flowing again. Change it, change it. Izuku urged. I mean scary movie, Mirko said quickly. Which one? MT Lady asked. Mirko whispered to Izuku, which one has no romance? I think the first one, he whispered back. Okay, the first one. Let's watch it, Mirko decided. I'll go get popcorn, Izuku said, preparing to vanish. I don't think, Mirko started, but he was already gone. How the heck does he do that? Mirko wondered aloud. Kamui. MT Lady called, still sniffling. Come on girl, get over it. He's unfaithful, Mirko urged, trying to lighten the mood. Izuku stood behind Mirko, balancing 3 buckets of popcorn. I brought the popcorn, he announced cheerfully. Mirko turned, her eyes wide with surprise. How the heck do you do that? No need to explain, Izuku replied, handing a bucket to MT Lady. Thank you, kid, M Lady said, taking a sniff of the buttery treat. Put on the movie, Izuku urged. I'm on it. Mirko replied, her excitement palpable. After a hilarious movie filled with unexpected twists, laughter erupted from the trio. Ha! They all exclaimed in unison. M Lady wiped a tear of joy from her eye. How can they mix fear and comedy so perfectly? Ha! It's the magic of cinema, Izuku explained, grinning. Mirko's mischievous side surfaced. Should we make prank calls? Of course. Izuku replied eagerly. MT Lady picked up a landline phone. Who should we call? Hand it over, Izuku said, reaching for the phone. She passed it to him, and he began dialing. Ahem, time to change my voice. At the Endeavor Agency, the phone rang insistently. Old man, the phone. Shuka shouted. Endeavor, looking annoyed, answered, What do they want? Hello, came a voice from the other end. May I speak with the hero Endeavor? The caller asked. Yes, that's me. What do you need? Endeavor replied, his tone serious. Well, this might be a bit awkward, but I was in your daughter's room 2 nights ago and left my wallet. Endeavor's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at Shuka, who was shaking her head rapidly. You what? Well, we were talking with your daughter, and I left my wallet in her room. I've been calling her for 2 days, but she's ignoring me, so I had to call the house. I'm sorry, sir, but I really need my wallet back. Endeavor's voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. How did you get into the house? Oh, I did what all boys do. I climbed in through the window. You what? Endeavor shouted, his anger rising. I'll find out who you are and make sure you regret it. Where can I find her? Well, it should be under the bed next to my underwear. Could you return that too? The caller added nonchalantly. Endeavor's face turned crimson. You son of a... The call abruptly ended with a click. Back with Izuku, MT Lady, and Mirko, laughter filled the air once more. Haha, they all erupted. I'd kill to see Endeavor's face. Mirko exclaimed, her laughter ringing out. My turn. My turn. She insisted, reaching for the phone. Izuku handed it to her, and she began dialing. Ahem, let's change our voices. At the Ryukyu Agency, Nijire called out, Ryukyu-san, the phone. Hello. Ryukyu answered. Hi, yes, I'm looking for someone named Susanna. And the last name? Ryukyu asked. Oria. Yes, just a moment. She set the phone aside and grabbed a speaker. Susanna Oria, a call for Susanna Oria. Laughter erupted from the heroes at the agency. Ha! Nice one, Ryukyu-san. Ryukyu, blushing, grabbed the phone again. You, she shouted, but the call had already disconnected. Back with Izuku the lady and Mirko, the laughter continued. Haha, they cheered. My turn, my turn. Lady insisted, taking the phone from Mirko. She dialed, adopting a different voice. At the Best Jeanist agency, Katsumi shouted, the phone, DMNIT. She grabbed a wet phone. Best Jeanist, holding a spray bottle, reprimanded her. Katsumi, no bad words. Gritting her teeth, Katsumi replied, Grr. Best Jeanist answered the call. Hello, what can I do for you? Is this where you wash clothes? The caller asked. No, Best Jeanist replied. Well, how filthy, the caller exclaimed before hanging up. Best Jeanist stood in stunned silence. Katsumi inhaled deeply, then burst out laughing. Ha! Back with Izuku the lady and Mirko, the laughter continued. This is so much fun. Should we keep going? Milady asked. The question offends. Izuku replied dramatically. This is going to get out of control. Mirko warned, holding bottles of wine. The scene shifted to the messy office of Empty Lady, where Izuku lady and Mirko lay sprawled out asleep. Suddenly, an alarm blared. Beep, 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 beep. DMN it. Mirko groaned, smashing the alarm. Empty Lady mumbled sleepily, checking her phone. It's 11 a.m. Huh, we really overdid it last night, Mirko said with a chuckle. Yeah, we pranked most of the heroes, Lady replied, giggling. Have you gotten over your ex yet? Mirko asked. Screw him, Lady replied dismissively. What about the intern? Mirko inquired. He should be around here somewhere, Lady said, glancing around. Mirko froze as she spotted Izuku. Oh my god, he's dead. What? Lady exclaimed, alarmed. Look at his body over there, covered in BL'd. Mirko pointed at Izuku, who lay with an ice cream bucket over his face, his clothes stained red. They killed the intern. No. Lady cried, tears welling in her eyes. What a disaster this is. Mirko shook her head in disbelief. I can't believe it. He's got something really big in his breeds. What is it? She asked, her curiosity piqued. MT Lady raised an eyebrow. I doubt it's what you think. I mean, that size is unimaginable. Should we check? Mirko suggested, a mischievous glint in her eye. Just then, Izuku suddenly sat up, letting out a startled, Holy CRP! Mirko exclaimed, attempting to kick him. Izuku easily dodged her. Why are you hitting me? A freaking zombie. MT Lady shouted. I'm alive. Izuku protested. And the BLD? Mirko demanded. Izuku glanced down at his clothes. It's the sauce from the wings we ordered for dinner last night. Oh right, Lady said, relief washing over her. Wow, I'm sorry. Mirko muttered, feeling guilty. And that over there, Lady pointed at Izuku's pages. My trusty flashlight, he said, pulling out a flashlight. You have too? Mirko asked, noticing the bulge still there. Oh, it's natural. I can't control it when I'm asleep, Izuku admitted, looking away, his cheeks turning pink. Empty Lady and Mirko shouted in unison, "Eat!" As they blushed. Embarrassed, Izuku quickly disappeared from sight. Oh no, we scared the intern away. Mirko exclaimed. Wait, I have his name somewhere, Lady said, rummaging through her desk. Wait, wasn't that kid the... Mirko began. The orphan. Lady said, holding up a record. I feel terrible. Mirko confessed. Me too. Lady replied, her expression somber. What do we do? Where did he go? Not my problem. I just came yesterday to help you with your ex, not this, Mirko said, crossing her arms. You're going to leave that kid, who we embarrassed, and who's an orphan. And you call yourself a heroine. MT Lady challenged. Mirko paused, then sighed. Ugh, fine. Suddenly, a speaker blared an alert. Alert! Alert! All heroes, the villain Lady Nagant has escaped from Tartarus prison. What? MT Lady and Mirko exclaimed in unison. Security footage now. MT Lady commanded, pressing a button. The cameras showed the prison normally until an explosion occurred, revealing Lady Nagant making her escape. Whose explosion was that? Mirko asked, bewildered. Meanwhile, Izuku watched the chaos from a distance. I didn't think anyone would escape, he muttered, pointing his finger like a gun. Should I catch her or take out the helicopters? He wondered, spotting helicopters chasing Lady Nagant. With this one, he decided, shooting at one helicopter. Down goes the other. He cheered, hitting the second helicopter. He watched as the helicopter passengers fell with parachutes. Noticing a missile heading towards him, Izuku thought, I hope they don't recognize my face. He absorbed the explosion without a scratch. Unknown target eliminated, a soldier reported. Did we see his face? Another soldier asked. Nah, he's dead. I don't want to deal with the paperwork, the first soldier replied. You're right, the second soldier agreed. Izuku took a sip of coffee, glancing at Lady Nagant, who was tied up. So, Miss Nagant, how did I end up here? You kidnapped me, she accused. Excuse me. I understood you were being chased. I rescued you. He said, taking another sip of coffee. Did you cause the explosion? She asked, narrowing her eyes. Yeah, I was bored, Izuku admitted casually. Can you get me coffee? Or something? I haven't eaten well since I got to Tartarus, Lady Nagant requested. You tell me everything, Izuku said, heading for another cup. As she tried to free herself, Lady Nagant whispered urgently, Come on. Izuku returned with a cup of coffee. Miss Nagant, it's useless. I won't hurt you. Why did you rescue me? She demanded. Because I was bored, he replied nonchalantly. Lady Nagant looked at him incredulously. Are you a villain? Izuku struck a pose, declaring proudly, No, I'm the hero of crazy justice, saving light. Lady Nagant burst into laughter, her voice echoing, Is this for real? Ha! Izuku chuckled, sitting back down. I practiced it for a while, hee. Then why did you do that if you're a hero? Lady Nagant asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm a student hero, he replied confidently. At that height. Yeah, right? She scoffed, her skepticism evident. Izuku pulled out his ID and showed it to her, prompting a surprised reaction from Lady Nagant. Would you listen to my story? She asked, her tone shifting. Of course, he said, smiling warmly. Will you untie me? And bring me something to eat? She added, her eyes hopeful. Absolutely, he responded, quickly untying her. Ah, freedom, she exclaimed, stretching her limbs. Izuku placed a feast of pancakes, waffles, and bananas on the table. Here you go. Lady Nagant's eyes sparkled with delight. Thank you so much, she said, diving into the food. You mentioned you were there unjustly. Izuku inquired, curiosity piqued. Lady Nagant paused her eating and nodded. Yes, was it? After a lengthy conversation where they got to know each other, Lady Nagant continued, and so I was used by the Japanese government to do their dirty work. Izuku's eyes glowed yellow for a moment. Izuku, she said, slightly alarmed. Did you destroy the presidency of Japan? He asked with a grin. Whoa. Calm down, she exclaimed, raising her hands defensively. I just need to find the evidence of my innocence. I hid it in some random place in Latin America. I asked a favor from someone I saved, she added. Give me a moment, and I'll bring your evidence, Izuku said, still smiling. What? It would take you weeks. It's hidden in a secret spot in the jungles of Brazil and Peru, buried under a palm tree shaped like an H, she explained, frustration creeping into her voice. I hid it because I knew that if I presented it in court, they wouldn't accept it due to the influence of those old BSTRDS. Give me 5 minutes, he said, disappearing in an instant. Would it bother you if I ate your pancakes? She asked, glancing at the plate. A note lay on the table. Don't eat my food, there's more in the kitchen. Excellent, Lady Nagant replied, grinning. Meanwhile, with the professional heroes, Aizawa frowned. A rank A villain is loose, How did it end up like this? Hawks leaned in, whispering, "Senpai, help from the outside," but they took out the one who was helping. "He must be in pieces by now," Endeavor stated grimly. "What happened?" Vlad asked, concern etched on his face. "They shot a missile at her." "Literally," Sir Knight replied, looking through files. "Hey, empty lady and your intern." Izawa prompted. Mirko and In Lady exchanged glances. "Iya, why are you asking when you didn't bring yours?" MT Lady retorted, raising an eyebrow. The majority of the group stared at her, incredulous. "Yes, we did. They're in the break room." Sir Knight clarified. Mirko whistled, drawing attention. "Rumi, you're involved too," Ryukyu said, and once again, the heroes turned their gaze toward the two. "Speak up," Izawa commanded seriously. "You see," And Lady began, her voice trailing off. After an awkward explanation, the present heroes looked incredulous. "Your intern found you crying while Mirko was comforting you, and you both spent an entire day being lazy," Izawa exclaimed. "Only to embarrass him and make him run away," Ryukyu added, shaking her head. Hawk started, but Midnight punched him. "Shut up, we'll deal with you later," she said, glaring at him. Hawks noticed the disapproving looks from the women around him. "Dimin," he muttered under his breath. "All right," Izawa began, but he was cut off. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that," he said, shifting the conversation. In a different scene, Izuku offered a piece of advice. "Attack important places. Do it yourself and make sure to check the cameras. When you're done, ask your walking portal to get you out of there." "What? Why are you helping me?" Tamura asked, intrigued. "Where's the fun in it if there's no danger?" Izuku replied with a smirk. "Haha, I like you." Tamura laughed. "See you, Hand of Dead," Izuku said, disappearing. Tamura picked up a note that read, "My hero name is Saving Light." "Heh, see you, Saving Light," he chuckled. Back with Izuku, he looked at Ida and asked, "When will the paralysis wear off?" "I don't know. The old man says the hospital is overwhelmed. He'll treat us at his agency. He says we should wait," Shuka replied, glancing at her phone. "Gran Torino should be here soon," Melissa added, wincing from her injuries. Izuku grabbed a Pepsi. "Can I have some?" Shuka asked. He handed her the can. "Here you go." "Thanks," she said, taking a sip. "Sorry." Ida interjected. "Shut up, little man," Izuku replied playfully. "By the way, Izuku-an?" Shuka began. "Yes," he answered, curious. "When are we going out again?" she asked, a hopeful glint in her eyes. "Hey!" Melissa interjected. "With Melissa and May too, of course." Shuka added quickly. "And Katsumi?" Izuku inquired. "Well," she hesitated, reluctant to answer. "Ida, you know I'm still here, right?" he reminded them. Izuku kicked him lightly, knocking him out. "You're not anymore." After arresting the hero killer and taking Izuku, Melissa, Shuka, and Ida to Endeavor's agency, Izuku found himself bored while watching TV. "Is there nothing to do here?" he complained, slumping on the couch. "Is there Netflix?" Melissa asked from her stretcher. "Shuka, is there Netflix?" Izuku turned to her. "Yes, the password is," she replied. "Got it, a lot of asterisks," he noted. "I think we should." Ida started, but Izuku interrupted him, placing a cloth with chloroform over his mouth. "Tish," he whispered. Ida mumbled as he fell asleep. "Thanks, I appreciate it," Shuka said, smiling at Izuku. "Oh, Lucifer. My favorite show," he exclaimed, turning it on. "After all these years since it premiered, it's still on." Shuka asked, surprised. "What can we say?" "It's a classic," Melissa replied. "Yeah, the actor is an old man now, but it's still just as good," Izuku added, settling in to enjoy the show. 30 minutes later, the television blared, "Detective." "Not now, Lucifer," came the sharp reply. Izuku chuckled to himself, enjoying the banter. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Empty Lady, Mirko, and Burnin. "All right, I brought you here. You all look for the kid," Burnin announced. From behind them, Izuku's deep voice chimed in. Era. A chill ran down the spines of the three women as they slowly turned around to face him. What do you want? The Busta one, the rabbit, and a torch? Izuku asked with a playful smile. Shuka burst into laughter. PFFA. No, it's fine. They're professional heroines. Melissa interjected, struggling to contain her laughter. Meanwhile, Ida was fast asleep, having been injected with something by Izuku. Where the hell have you been? We've been looking for you all day. Mirko demanded. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Lady added, concern etched on her face. Is this the kid you were talking about? Vernon asked, stuttering slightly as she pointed at him. He doesn't look like a kid, but yes, he's a UA student, Mirko confirmed. Hey, is he single? Vernon inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. I don't know, he didn't tell us, Lady replied. I'm dating your boss's daughter, Izuku said playfully, a smirk on his face. Izuku! Shuka exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll keep watching my show. Izuku declared, disappearing and reappearing in a chair. How the hell do you do that? Lady asked, bewildered. It's my quirk, Izuku replied casually. Super speed. Vernon guessed. Nope, he said, shaking his head. Tell us your quirk. Shuka urged eagerly. Guess but first. He vanished again, this time reappearing next to Melissa. Izuku-an, she said, surprised. Leaning in, Izuku kissed her softly. Mua. Melissa fainted, her face flushed and her eyes spiraling. And what was that for? Shuka asked, jealousy creeping into her voice. She knows my gift, but you all can guess, Izuku replied with a grin. Let's see. Laser quirk. Empty Lady suggested. Nope, Izuku said. I got it. Mirko exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Mutation quirk. Teleportation. I have no idea how that would be a mutation quirk, but nope. Izuku replied, shaking his head. Is there at least a prize for this? Vernon asked hopeful. What do you want? Izuku countered. You, for example, Lady said, striking a pose. Nope, line up, Izuku said, causing all three women to stumble backward in surprise. Yes or no, demanded. Mirko demanded. Well, alright, you all keep going, I like watching your failures, Izuku teased. Does it have something to do with the color yellow? Shuka asked. I don't know, Izuku replied. Mirko pondered for a moment, resting her chin on her hand. What's your top speed? I'll just say that if I go that fast, I could incinerate things around me, he answered nonchalantly. What's your hero name? Vernon asked, intrigued. Heh. Izuku stood up, leaving them confused. I am the hero of crazy justice. Saving light. He struck a dramatic pose. Silence filled the room. Well, I like it, Vernon finally said. Nah, I've heard better, Mirko scoffed. Oh, I don't know, Lady admitted. Thanks, Firehair, and shut up, Bunny and Busta One, Izuku retorted. By the horns of the suit. Lady asked, feeling a bit down. You wish, he replied with a smirk. Who are you calling Bunny Brat? My name is Vernon, though my real name is Mo. Vernon introduced herself. Vernon is better. Are you all going to keep guessing? Izuku asked, amused. And the prize? Lady pressed. Yup, he said, smiling, a rose inexplicably appearing in his mouth. All the women blushed. I have no idea. Lady admitted. Look, I'll tell you straight, brat. That time of year is coming, and if you tell us your quirk, you'll be my partner. Mirko declared, half angry and half flustered. Nah, is anyone offering more? Izuku replied, unfazed. No one has ever rejected me, Mirko said, her confidence wavering. What about me? Lady asked, striking a CC pose. Pass, Izuku said, casually searching for something else to watch on Netflix. Lady's spirits sank. And me? Vernon asked hopeful. Age, Izuku replied. 19, Vernon answered. Is that all you're offering, just you three? He teased. Me. Shuka asked, her eyes sparkling. Whenever you want, but I won't tell you my quirk, Izuku said, grinning. Just then, Ida stirred awake, disoriented. Where am I? Izuku, without missing a beat, kicked Ida's stretcher, sending him flying out of the building. Aya! Ida screamed as he plummeted. We're on the 10th floor. Shuka shouted in alarm. Relax, I have it all planned out, Izuku assured them. With Ida, the boy was still screaming as a parachute opened above him. Phew, he sighed in relief. Back with Izuku, everyone watched Ida's descent, sighing in relief when they saw the parachute deploy. Ah, Lucifer, you're a wild one, Izuku said, returning his attention to the television. What do we do? We need to know his quirk, Shuka said, glancing at the heroines. Should we all offer ourselves? And Lady suggested, her confidence returning. He wouldn't last even 1 second. Mirko laughed. Overhearing them, Izuku chimed in, you wouldn't last even for the warm-up. The women present bristled at his comment. Tell us your quirk, and then we'll see who can last longer, MT Lady challenged. Warrior of light, that's my virtue, Izuku declared. Everyone was taken aback by his words. I am the light that chases away all evil. The brightness expands and erases the darkness, he continued, his voice steady. Your quirk is light. Burnin asked, processing the information. That clears up a lot right now, Emilady said, nodding. Your speed and strength, Mirko added, intrigued. Yeah, to hell with that. Are we going to the hotel? Izuku asked, changing the subject. Instantly, all the women turned red at the mention of the hotel. And she too. Izuku pointed at Melissa. She's passed out, Shuka noted. Ahem, Melissa M is here. Izuku called out. What? Where? I mean, All Might is here. Melissa exclaimed, waking up. Excellent, you woke up. Let's go. Izuku said, ready to move. And with that, the chapter came to an end. It had been a while since Izuku's night with the girls. Now, we return to UA, where Mr. Aizawa had just announced something that left most of the students stunned. All right, students, the midterm exams. Everyone, including Izuku, trembled at the announcement. They've already started, Aizawa continued with a grim smile. You didn't even give us time to study, the students shouted, while Izuku absent-mindedly filed his nails. Huh. Izuku looked up at the commotion, noticing some students were crying. Since I see you're not paying attention, Borsalino, today is the midterm exam, Aizawa said, walking over and handing him the exam. A good hero must not only be strong but also intelligent. He began distributing exams to the others. I'm done, Izuku announced, leaning back in his seat. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Give me that. Aizawa exclaimed, snatching the exam from Izuku's hands. He stammered, his jaw dropping. Do your exam properly. He insisted, revealing his shark-like teeth. What's wrong with it? Izuku asked innocently. For starters. Aizawa held up the exam. You drew me in a princess dress. Laughter erupted in the classroom. Do it right. Aizawa insisted, handing him a new sheet. Ugh. 30 minutes later, everyone was focused on their exams, while Izuku was peacefully asleep. Aizawa, also dozing off, was oblivious to the chaos around him. Psst, Jiro, Denki whispered. I'm not giving you the answers, Jiro replied. That's offensive. Look at Aizawa-sensei and Borsalino, Denki pointed out. Yeah, they're both just as sleepy, Jiro admitted. Denki pulled out a marker with a mischievous grin. Don't you dare. But Denki was already heading toward Izuku, watched closely by their classmates. Hey, Denki-san, I wouldn't recommend that, Melissa cautioned. Come on, what's the worst that could happen? Denki replied, but when he turned back, Izuku was no longer in his seat. Era, Izuku said in a deep voice, causing some girls and Aoyama to blush. Denki trembled as he turned to face Izuku. Izuku's eyes sparkled with mischief as he approached Denki. Oh, looks like you have a marker. Can I borrow it? Denki nodded nervously and handed over the marker. But look how curious. I suddenly feel like doing this. Izuku exclaimed, grabbing Denki's head and scribbling on it with the marker. The room fell silent, shock rippling through the students as they witnessed Izuku's unexpected annoyance. Aizawa, having just woken up, chose to observe the interaction. "I'm done," Izuku said, leaning back with a satisfied smile. Denki, now adorned with various doodles and the words, "Human Charger," scrawled across his forehead, stared at Izuku in disbelief. "Now sit down," Izuku instructed. "Why's?" Denki stammered, still processing what had just happened. "Well, Borsalino, it's exam time now," Aizawa announced, regaining his composure. Izuku handed him his exam paper. "Congratulations, you got a 100, Aizawa said, rolling a party blower and blowing into it. "I'll treat you all to some snacks," Izuku declared, mimicking Aizawa with his own party blower. Aizawa nodded. "All right, you have 30 minutes left." The students quickly returned to their exams. "Time passes, congratulations, you finished the knowledge exam. Now for the practical," Aizawa announced. "The practical," the students echoed, trembling with anticipation. "Welcome to UA," Aizawa said with a grim smile. Minutes later, "For this, you'll need to do the following. You will face off in pairs against professional heroes." Izuku's thoughts drifted as Aizawa's voice faded into the background. "I miss May. She told me she had a good time with Nagant, but she said she misses me, and I miss her too. Oh, May, we should go on a date." "And POV Borsalino," Aizawa called, snapping Izuku back to reality. Izuku blinked, still lost in thought. "Borsalino," Aizawa shouted again. "Diamond Yellow Monkey, wake up." Katsumi yelled, her frustration evident. "That's not how it works," Shuka replied calmly. Young Borsalino needs to wake up," Nizu added, concern in his voice. "The one who doesn't pay attention is gay," Tokoyami quipped, causing all the boys to straighten up. "Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Fighting against heroes," Izuku exclaimed, finally alert. "That trick never fails." "Well done, Tokoyami," Aizawa said, shaking his head. "All right, the teams will be as follows." Izuku's POV Nizu squeaked, and Izuku's thoughts wandered again. May loves chocolate. "Should I book a room at the LVHTL? The special room, sweet love." End POV. All the students were in shock. Izuku was the only one acting normally. Izuku is going to face him by himself. Melissa stammered, her eyes wide. This is unthinkable." Shuka added, her voice trembling. "Borsalino looks very calm," Aizawa observed, noting Izuku's demeanor. Yeah, whatever. Just tell me when it's my turn," Izuku replied nonchalantly. "After a bunch of boring battles, Borsalino, your turn," Aizawa called. Izuku smiled, a yellow light glowing in one of his eyes. "Let's do this," he said, disappearing in an instant. "All right, are you ready?" Nizu asked through the communicator. "Always, Director," Am replied confidently. "Battlefield, come out wherever you are." "You can hide, but you can't run," Izuku challenged, his voice echoing in the silence. "Isn't it the other way around? You can run, but you can't hide," Am countered, appearing right in front of him. "That doesn't work with me," Izuku shot back. "Observation room, Aizawa. Information," Nizu requested, his tone serious. "Izuku Borsalino, during this time we have been observing and analyzing him," Aizawa explained, his gaze fixed on the screen. The students exchanged surprised glances. "Why investigate Izuku?" Can you tell me why you're investigating Izuku-an?" Melissa asked, her curiosity piqued. "Potential characteristics of a sociopath," Aizawa stated bluntly, leaving everyone stunned. "You see, the young man has a disconcerting presence," Nizu added, his expression grave. "His actions and personality can change drastically from one moment to the next," Aizawa continued. "Behind that jokester and friendly face, he hides violent intentions that make him a threatening individual." "But he's so laid back," Katsumi protested, her brow furrowing. "People who can stay relaxed in stressful moments are the hardest to predict or defeat," Nizu explained, watching Izuku play with all might without a hint of seriousness. "It's true. When he fought Stain, he didn't break a sweat." Shuka noted, recalling the match. And he was always smiling. Melissa added, her voice trailing off. But that could be due to his immense power. Katsumi argued, trying to defend Izuku. Most powerful heroes like Mirko, Hawks, or Endeavor don't usually have that emotional control, which makes Borsalino stand out, Aizawa pointed out. Another terrifying characteristic is that while he remains calm, he makes his enemies lose focus, become unhinged, and lower their guard, Nizu said seriously, observing the screen intently. He uses constant sarcasm, and we never know if what he says is true or not, Aizawa added. Remember the day of the exams? Yes, everyone replied in unison. Borsalino competed against Ida in the speed test. He knew it was Ida's strong suit, and he humiliated him. I still remember when he said, "Too slow." He knew Ida was confident in his speed and went to humiliate him right in that aspect, making him look like nothing against him. Everyone was shocked, and Ida felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He plays this way to demoralize his opponents, making them lose their composure and take advantage of their mistakes, Nizu explained, his eyes glued to the screen. And speaking of that, he humiliated All Might. Everyone turned to look at the screens, left in total shock. The #1 hero on the ground, defeated and humiliated. The present heroes couldn't believe their eyes. On the battlefield, that wasn't so hard, Izuku remarked casually, a smirk on his face. I have never been so humiliated, young Borsalino. I give up. Those simple words resonated in the minds of everyone present. Izuku Borsalino was a terrifying figure. We see Izuku asleep at his desk next to Aizawa, under the gaze of everyone. Katsumi, they barely told us we were going to some camp, and the first thing we see are these two sleeping. With a vein popping on her forehead. Shuka. They look adorable. Melissa, the worst part is that it's true. Melissa, he's over 2 meters tall and has a cute, adorable face. Denki, should someone wake them up? Zero, you go. Denki, are you crazy? The last time I tried, I ended up with my whole face painted. Tokoyami, what do we do? Kirishima, I don't know, the bus driver is getting impatient. Shuka looking at Katsumi, are you going to speed things up? Katsumi, it would be my pleasure. Ahem clearing her throat. Katsumi, whoever doesn't wake up Izuku and Aizawa-sensei is gay. Boys, nanny. Class 1A boys kicking Izuku and Aizawa, wake up. Hurry up. Quick. Izuku and Aizawa both wake up with a vein popping on their foreheads. 20 minutes later, Class A is on the bus. All the boys in the class nursing injuries, while Izuku sips mate and Aizawa drinks juice. Izuku, as I was saying, mate is the best. Aizawa. Meeting Messi hasn't done you any favors. Izuku, nothing beats a good barbecue. Aizawa, okay. With the girls, Melissa, I feel sorry for the boys. Katsumi, that trick never fails. Shuka, when you accuse them of being gay, they tend to move really fast. Katsumi, oula Madame France, with your elegant words. Shuka, so how do you say it then? Katsumi, yes. All the girls break into a sweat. A little later, Aizawa instructed, get off. Denki looked around, confused. Why are we in the middle of nowhere? Izuku, admiring the appealing view, replied, what do you mean, nowhere? There are trees. Just then a limousine arrived, and 2 women dressed as cats, along with a child, stepped out. Mandalay greeted Aizawa with a smile. It's been a while, Aizawa. Yes, here are my boys, Aizawa replied, gesturing to the students. Pixie Bob's eyes lit up. Wow, fresh meat. Aizawa sighed. Oh no. Line up, students. Pixie Bob commanded, and the students complied, except for Izuku, who was sprawled on the roof of the bus. How he got there was a mystery. Boys, step forward, Pixie Bob instructed, and they did as told. The merchandise is interesting. Mandalay began counting the boys. Hey, we're missing one. Oh yes, Aizawa said, let's just say he is a bit different. And where is he? Mandalay asked, raising an eyebrow. Aizawa hesitated. That's the problem. His quirk, which we don't know, allows him to move at great speeds. Melissa chimed in, "Excuse me, Iza-sensei, but he's behind Miss Mandalay." Everyone turned around, and to their surprise, it was true. When had he moved? Izuku, oblivious, simply said, "Aizawa, he's a man who can do an era perfectly without." Sounding strange. Pixie Bob burst into laughter. "But yes," Izuku replied, slightly confused. "Will you marry me in 3 years?" Pixie Bob asked, her eyes sparkling. "Nah," Izuku responded, shaking his head. "You refuse. It's impossible to say no," she exclaimed, jumping on him. Izuku dodged her with agility. Mandalay, sweat dripping down her forehead, interjected, "Where was I?" "Oh right, you'll see the camp is in that direction." "Is it far?" Shuka asked. Siro chimed in, "Could it be that?" "To the bus now," Denki shouted. Mandalay called after them, "The camp has already started." She watched as the students ran toward the bus. Pixie Bob, kissing Izuku on the cheeks, exclaimed, "I'm coming, sorry cutie." "No problem," Izuku replied, slightly flustered. As Pixie Bob caused all the students to stumble, Izuku took a sip of his Pepsi. Aizawa, looking at him, said, "You need to get down too." The heroines and the boys widened their eyes when they realized he was still up there. "Not right now, teacher. I'm drinking Pepsi," Izuku replied nonchalantly. "You'd be the first anyway. Are we going in the limo?" Aizawa asked. "For sure," Izuku confirmed. Mandalay interjected, "But what? Aizawa has to take the same test. Even if he's really fast, he has to fight against Pixie's golems." Aizawa and Izuku exchanged glances and nodded. Izuku playfully pointed his finger in the shape of a gun toward the forest and said, "P." The heroines watched in awe as a powerful beam shot from his finger, causing a massive explosion that incinerated about 100 meters of forest. Pixie and Mandalay gasped. Koda, wide-eyed, asked, "Why would you be a hero with such tremendous power?" "Because I think it's the only way to get the license," Izuku explained. Koda added, "Actually, I think the police have one too." Aizawa exclaimed, "You're our best student. Do it," Koda urged. "I wish I could, but I can't," Izuku replied. "Why not?" Koda pressed. "Aizawa, can I borrow your handy rope that you always carry?" Aizawa handed him the rope without hesitation. Mandalay looked at Aizawa, bewildered. "That's not normal, dude." Izuku tied the rope around his neck, grinning. "Don't do it. You'll be my future husband." Pixie Bob shouted, panic in her voice. Izuku tied the other end and jumped. Mandalay tried to save him, but Aizawa stopped her. "Stop joking around," Aizawa said firmly. Izuku hung there, enjoying the appealing view of the forest. "You know what? Forget it, let's just go," Mandalay said, exasperated. "Mystical," Koda murmured. 30 minutes later, Izuku, Aizawa, Mandalay, Pixie Bob, and Koda sat at a table, enjoying KFC, courtesy of Izuku. "And that's why, kid, you should never ever stick your head into a beehive," Izuku advised. Koda looked intrigued. "Interesting. What happened to that guy?" Aizawa chuckled. "That guy was Mike when he was drunk." Pixie Bob burst into laughter. "Ha ha." Mandalay tried to suppress her laughter, saying, "Pete, that's not right. We shouldn't laugh at that as professional heroes." Izuku continued, "Another thing is that you should never, ever eat yellow snow." Koda's eyes widened. "Is yellow snow even a thing?" "Oh, it definitely exists," Mandalay confirmed. Pixie Bob, munching on fries, added, "There was a case in Russia. The snow was contaminated with a type of harmful chemical." Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "How do you know that?" Izuku shrugged. "Let's just say I visited Russia for a while." "By the way, where are Ragdoll and Tiger?" Aizawa asked. "Who's Ragdoll?" Izuku inquired. Pixie Bob explained, "One of our members with green hair, just like yours." "Oh," Izuku said, memories flooding back. Mandalay added, "She should be around. Tiger is at the store." Aizawa noted, "The nearest store is 50 kilometers away." In Izuku's flashbacks, he remembered deciding not to get into the limousine and opting to buy chicken instead. On his way back, he encountered a friendly girl with green hair. "Hi. Who are you?" Ragdoll greeted him. "Hi, my name is Izuku Borsalino, one of the students from UA," he introduced himself. "Wow. You got here really fast and you brought food too." Ragdoll exclaimed. "Yep, I'm waiting for Aizawa, the other two heroines, and a kid," Izuku replied. "They must be Mandalay, Pixie, and Kota," Ragdoll guessed. They chatted for a while until Izuku playfully nudged Ragdoll. "What are you doing?" she asked, surprised. Izuku just smiled. 10 minutes later, Ragdoll exclaimed, oh my god, this is incredible." End of flashbacks. Izuku. Aizawa called, snapping him back to reality. "What?" Izuku replied, startled. "You were just staring blankly for a while. What happened?" Aizawa asked. "What about the heroines? And the kid?" Izuku questioned. "They left a while ago," Aizawa informed him. "Don't tell anyone, okay?" Izuku pleaded. All right, Aizawa agreed. "I hooked up with Miss Ragdoll. I didn't know she was part of the group," Izuku confessed. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't believe it if it weren't you, but well, what can you do?" "No problem, just get me more apple juice. We're out," Aizawa instructed. "Oh sure, should I bring hamburgers too?" Izuku asked. "Yes, please, while we wait for your friends," Aizawa replied. Izuku sat eating chicken in front of his tired companions. "Finally, you guys are here," he said, relieved. Katsumi, exhausted, complained. "Damn yellow monkey, you left us." Shuka added, "You could have helped us." Melissa chimed in, "No action for a week." Izuku shrugged. "Oh, wait a minute. Can you share some chicken?" Kirishima asked. "No," Izuku replied firmly. Mandalay said, "Now that you're finally here, we'll make you lunch, just this once." Pixie Bob teased, "Wow, you slowpokes." "Alright, what now?" Izuku asked, continuing to eat his KFC chicken. "You're annoying, Izuku, you're annoying," Denki grumbled, his hunger evident. "Nah," Izuku dismissed. Mandalay suggested, "After this, let's train." "Okay," Izuku agreed. After eating, the entire Pussycats group gathered. "Mandalay, why are you in a wheelchair?" Ragdoll asked, concerned. Ragdoll stammered. Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder, smiling. "Nice to meet you, Miss Ragdoll." Ragdoll blushed. "I fell." Pixie Bob insisted, "Hey, tell us the truth." "I'm outta here," Izuku said, disappearing in a flash. Mandalay called after him, "Kid, you need to train with Tiger." Tiger shouted, "Come here, kid." Izuku reappeared, grabbing some apple juice. "And for me?" Aizawa asked. "I got you mango," Izuku replied. "Satisfied," Aizawa said, nodding. Tiger turned to Izuku. "Alright kid, tell me your quirk." "My quirk is..." Izuku began. "It's..." Tiger prompted. "Cacho!" Izuku exclaimed, disappearing again. Everyone stared in disbelief. Aizawa admitted, "I have to admit, that was a good prank. Come back." Mandalay shouted. Okay, what now?" Izuku asked, reappearing. "You need to train your quirk to get stronger," Tiger instructed. "I already beat AM easily, why get stronger?" Izuku countered. All the members of the Pussycats widened their eyes and turned to look at Aizawa. "I hate to say it, but it's true," Aizawa confirmed. Pixie Bob threw herself at Izuku. "Marry me." "I offer to be your lover," Izuku replied playfully. "Nah, it's better than nothing," Pixie Bob said with a grin. Mandalay rubbed her forehead and murmured, "Give me strength, Kami-sama." Ragdoll, her eyes wide with curiosity, asked, "Can I be your lover too?" Izuku replied with a smile, "You already are." Mandalay's frustration was evident as she felt the veins popping on her forehead. "I had to get stuck with teammates like them." Aizawa interjected, "I don't know, but Midnight seems to have a thing for the kid." Mandalay scoffed, "Midnight has a thing for all the handsome guys." Tiger, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, suggested, how about we train the other students instead? Let's go, Mandalay agreed. After a grueling training session, they headed to the hot springs. Izuku explained, there wasn't a towel in my size, so I had to go to the store for one. Kirishima chuckled, Huff, Denki warned, Mineta, don't climb the wall. Mineta, undeterred, exclaimed, what are you talking about? On the other side is paradise. Walls are meant to be climbed. Izuku's frustration boiled over, veins popping on his forehead. He grabbed Mineta by the head. Mineta trembled, W't. I'm sorry, don't hurt me. Izuku's finger began to glow ominously as he threatened, tell me. What's stopping me from hurting you? I easily defeated the symbol of peace. Who could stop me? What's stopping me from hurting you? The atmosphere grew tense, everyone felt the weight of Izuku's words, and Mineta was on the verge of fainting. Aye. Mineta stammered before collapsing. Koda, watching from above the wall, whispered, he's very different from the heroes. Suddenly he slipped. W.O. Izuku caught him with one hand. Careful, little guy. Oh, he's fainted too. Izuku dropped the towel in disbelief. All the men around them gasped. Denki shouted, get the hell out. What is that monster? Kirishima exclaimed, is that another leg or what the hell? Tokoyami commented. That's why he has so many admirers. Shoji added, get the hell out. Amidst the chaos, the girls blushed at the boys' screams. Mina asked, who are they talking about? Katsumi, Shuka, and Melissa responded in unison, about Izuku/Izuku-san/Izuku-kun. The other girls turned to them, intrigued. Shuka shrugged. One can do whatever they want with their life. Melissa reminisced, I had so much fun that time. Katsumi sighed, Tisk, I just watched. All right, Melissa comforted her. Back with Izuku, he said, can you stop staring at me? I'm taking Koda to his aunt. He began to exit. 15 minutes later, Mandalay remarked, he must have been scared by the fall. I really appreciate it, he's already suffered enough. Izuku asked, I'm sorry if I'm bothering you, but can you tell me why Koda is like this, or why you treat him so well? Mandalay explained, you see, his parents were killed by a villain named Muscular. He witnessed it, and since then he feels like his parents abandoned him. He blames the heroes, but he's a good kid. Izuku nodded, he's still very young, but his feelings are normal. He just needs to understand that the heroes aren't the problem. Thank you so much, Mandalay said gratefully. See you later, Miss Mandalay, Izuku replied as he exited. Mandalay smiled, should I give him a prize? Her expression turned playful, reminiscent of a cat. Koda, now awake, asked, what? Since when have you been awake? Mandalay inquired. Since the big guy said I'm a good kid, Koda replied. What do you have, new uncle? Mandalay teased. Of course. Koda exclaimed. Time passed, and Class B arrived, signaling the start of a game. Mina exclaimed, incredible. A camping game. Aizawa warned, those who failed won't play. Mina looked dejected. Mandalay encouraged, it'll be Class A's turn to be scared, give it your all. Class B, Monoma taunted, are you ready, Class A? Kendo knocked him out, scolding, idiot. Izuku smiled at Kendo. Always so kind, Miss Kendo. Kendo blushed, it's nothing, Borsalino, it's my job as Class B president. You're doing a great job, Izuku complimented. Kendo blushed even more. It's not that big of a deal. Mandalay cleared her throat. Ahem. Enough flirting. Let's get started. Time passed until Izuku entered and noticed Mandalay wink at him, understanding her gesture. Hee, I never thought you'd do this, Miss Mandalay, he said. I just want to thank you for saving Koda, Mandalay replied. Let's see what you have here. 10 minutes later, Mandalay hugged a tree with Izuku standing behind her, playfully saying, Naya. Do you like this? Izuku asked. I love it, Mandalay replied. Unbeknownst to them, someone from Class B was watching. Ibra, hidden in the bushes, thought, forgive me for these thoughts. Suddenly, an explosion echoed nearby. What the? Izuku exclaimed, stopping in his tracks. More. Mandalay urged. React. Trouble. Izuku shook her. Oh yes. Let's go. Mandalay exclaimed. You go after them, I'll get Kota. Izuku instructed. Thank you. Mandalay called as she ran off. Hyper speed. Izuku shouted, leaving a thunderous sound as he broke the sound barrier. Izuku spotted Kota with a hooded figure. Kota! Help! He's the one who killed my parents. Kota cried. Muscular sneered. So your parents were those annoying water heroes. What better way to get my revenge than by targeting their son? Don't worry, Kota. Izuku reassured him, his fingers glowing. He won't bother you anymore. Muscular grunted in response. Izuku quickly grabbed Kota. Let's go. On their way, they saw Ragdoll fighting a Nomo. Izuku thought, oh, my nemesis again. Ragdoll, he shouted, grabbing her and saving her from the Nomo. Izuku, she exclaimed. You're going to be okay, he assured her, throwing a lightning bolt. What happened? Villain attack. Ragdoll replied. Arriving at the camp, they encountered various villains. Dabi shouted, throwing fire at Shuka and Katsumi. Where is he? We were sent for him. I'll never tell you where Izuku is. Katsumi declared defiantly. Izuku stepped forward. So you're coming for me? Dabi replied. Compress. At your service, Mr. Compress said. Izuku continued. Hey, I think I defeated a blonde over there along with her Nomus and a gas guy. If you wanted to kidnap me, just say so, I'm coming. Everyone nearby looked at him in disbelief. Dabi raised an eyebrow. Really? Yeah, I'm coming, Izuku said, heading toward the villains. Dabi ordered, well, Compress, go find the others, we're leaving now. So, Izuku and the villains departed through Kurogiri's portal. Katsumi shouted in disbelief. What the hell is going on? The D chapter, and after Izuku left through the portal, the remaining heroes began to arrive. Naomasa turned to Katsuki and said, Let's recap your testimony, miss, again. Katsuki exclaimed, his frustration evident. Please, Naomasa urged. I already told you. The stupid Izuku said on his own, You should have told me to go, and then he left. Katsuki insisted. What the hell? Naomasa muttered, clearly taken aback. Right. Katsuki agreed, his voice rising. Naomasa then approached the others. And how were their testimonies? Midnight replied, Some students say that Borsalino appeared and defeated the villains quickly and easily. Aizawa nodded. That's true, I saw a bright light pass by. Mirko interjected, You're telling me he was kidnapped, right? Ryukyu looked concerned. Aren't you worried? Based on what you told me about him, I understand he was. Kidnapped, Mirko shrugged. I feel more pity for the villains. Aizawa agreed. There's no doubt about that. Lady asked, Injuries? My eyes are burning, Aizawa replied. From the students, idiot. Suddenly, a police officer burst in, shouting, Detective! 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 What? Naomasa responded, startled. We found the body of the villain Muscular, the officer announced. The heroes present were momentarily shocked, some already piecing together who might have done it. Only those who were there have the strength for that, Mirko noted. He killed someone, Lady added, her voice trembling. Mandalay rushed toward them, carrying Kota in her arms. Wait! The heroes turned to her. Tell them, Kota. Mandalay urged. Kota spoke up, Izuku killed Muscular. Naomasa's expression hardened. That confirms it. But he did it to save me. Muscular wanted to kill me like he did my parents. He saved me. I won't let you lock him up. Kota protested, his voice filled with determination. The heroes exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Naomasa countered, but he committed a crime. Wanting to be a hero, murder is prohibited. In a moment of frustration, Kota threw water in Naomasa's face. Naomasa wiped his face, taken aback. A female police officer spoke up. Article number 15 of the Student Hero Records states that they can kill in self-defense or to protect others. This article was signed by the Prime Minister and the Japanese Congress during the peak of Quirk schools. It's not usually remembered since it's not often applied. Those present looked at her, surprised. The nervous police officer added, I am just a police officer trying to pay for my law degree. Aizawa reassured her, don't worry, you did well. The female police officer beamed. I've always dreamed of this moment. Can I have your number? Okay, Aizawa replied, slightly taken aback. Midnight sighed. Poor Ms. Joke. Naomasa nodded. That absolves him of the charges then. Now we just have to find him, Midnight said. Ro shrugged. Knowing him, he'll come, just give it time. Meanwhile, Izuku found himself tied to a chair. Wasn't there something bigger? He asked, looking around. Kurogiri responded, I apologize, we forgot how big it was. Toga chimed in, he looks so cute. No, Izuku replied firmly. Dabi asked, was this the target? Izuku looked Dabi up and down. I hate Endeavor too. Just listen. Hey, do you want to be my friend? Dabi asked, and Izuku nodded in agreement. Twice added, look how tall he is. But what a little guy. A Deadpool incredible. What's your name, strange being? Izuku exclaimed. Tamura held back his laughter while the other villains gasped in surprise. Toga said, Kurogiri added, laughed, come on, it wasn't that good. Twice protested before bursting out. That was an excellent joke. Tamura turned to Izuku. How are you, saving light? Oh, hand of death, it's been a while. You seem happier than usual. Did you hook up with the vampire? Izuku teased. I don't have those tastes, Tamura replied, rolling his eyes. You deny what we did last night, darling, Toga sang playfully. I'd disintegrate you, but you're still useful, Tamura said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. You might be wondering why I kidnapped you. It's simple, Tamura continued. My emcir wants to see you. The television flickered to life. So this boy is the star of UA. Kurogiri, open a portal. I'll take that gift, Tamura commanded. As you wish, emcir, Kurogiri replied, opening a portal. Oh, I'm sorry, my nemesis, but we are villains, Tamura added with a smirk. Okay, Izuku said just as Afo's hand grabbed his face and lightning struck. 5 minutes later, Afo asked, why can't I take your quirk? My quirk is special, Mr. Afo. It's a bit strange, like an extra mutation with energy genome, Izuku explained. Interesting. I won't bother you anymore. Tamura, if you want, keep it, Afo said, and the television turned off. Now what? Tamura asked, looking around. Izuku stood up and headed to the bar. A neat whiskey, please. Right away, Kurogiri replied. Can I see your BLD? Toga asked eagerly. Go ahead, Izuku said, taking the whiskey. Toga playfully stabbed him repeatedly with a knife. Come on, bleed. Rice liquor for me, Kurogiri, Tamura ordered. At your service, Kurogiri replied. And for me, Pisco, Dabi added. Suddenly, Mr. Compress appeared. A tequila for me. Where did you come from? Izuku asked, surprised. I was just watching, I didn't speak, so you didn't see me, Mr. Compress said, taking the tequila. So, who wants to talk about some trauma? Izuku asked, and most of the room raised their hands. I forgot I'm surrounded by villains. A day later, Izuku, Dabi, Tamura, and Mr. Compress sang. We're 4 prostitutes. The biggest wares in this nightclub, Lararara. They were singing while Toga still wanted to draw BLD from Izuku. Alright, haha, I think I'll stay here a bit longer. I have a PlayStation 1 in the basement. Tamura never wanted to use it because he had no one to play with, Kurogiri mentioned. Let's go. Izuku exclaimed. Another day later, Izuku confidently said, Alright, this is how you beat Resident Evil in record time. Those are all the games, Tamura replied. Crazy girl, give up. Izuku said, noticing Toga still stabbing him. With this, it's 10, Toga said, stabbing him one last time. Guys, what do we do? Izuku asked. Let's beat up Twice. Dabi suggested. Twice responded, confused. 30 minutes later, Twice was left with various bruises and bumps. And that's why I have these scars, and when I used a cream for them, they turned purple, Dabi explained. You know, I always wanted to do something, but until now I didn't know who to do it to. Bring Twice. Izuku said. I'm calling boss. What do you want, idiot? Twice asked. If one of your clones decides to kiss another one of your clones, is it homosexuality or self-love? Izuku pondered. I just wanted to sleep today, Twice groaned. Haha, hey Tamura, if your two hands clap against each other, like a round of applause, does something happen? Izuku asked. No. Get out, impulse of idiocy, Tamura snapped. Oh, why don't you use a glove with just one finger to avoid problems? Izuku suggested. God, you're a great nemesis, Tamura muttered. Dabi, your blue flames are stronger, they're more concentrated. That's why kitchen burners tend to be blue. But your body, being weak with your own quirk, is bad, and you can't use it to the max. Ask AFO for a quirk against fire. Izuku advised. Din, what a great idea. Dabi exclaimed. They were about to continue talking when suddenly, Izuku disappeared, and they saw him tied to a chair. And that's for what? Dabi asked, bewildered. 3, 2. Izuku counted down. Knock 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 what? Dabi said, confused. A pizza, came the reply from the door. I didn't order anything, Tamura stated, confusion etched on his face. It must have been the crazy one, Dabi explained, shrugging. Sorry, we didn't order anything. Suddenly, M burst through the door, shouting, Pizza of punches, beaches. Holy shit! Tamura exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock. After AM kicked down the door, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Holy shit! Tamura repeated, still reeling from the surprise. All might-sen, it's been a while. Izuku called out, his voice filled with relief. Don't worry, young Borsalino. I come to save. AM declared with confidence. Izuku quickly untied himself. Finally. I've been here for 3 days. Sensei, sensei, sensei now. Tamura urged, urgency in his tone. Hands up, villains. AM commanded as more heroes arrived on the scene. We're going to kick some butt. Mirko shouted, her enthusiasm infectious. Are these the villains? Hawks asked, scanning the area. No, idiot, it's the Bolivian army. Of course they're the villains. Endeavor replied, exasperated. Sorry, Endeavor-san. Hawks mumbled sheepishly. Empty lady crashed through part of the ceiling. Are we attacking yet? She inquired, ready for action. This is going very wrong, Im said, rubbing his forehead in frustration. Wow, heroes, Dabi remarked, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. We'll see each other again, Tamura said ominously, his eyes narrowing. The villains released a strange substance and vanished, leaving behind 1 or 2 nomas. Diamenit. AM exclaimed, frustration boiling over. While a battle raged between the heroes and the nomas, let's check in on our protagonist. Izuku pondered why that crazy girl always went to a room. You got kidnapped too, he said, hoisting the body of an unconscious person. I'll have to take care of you. First, a first aid kit. He disappeared for a moment, returning with the kit in hand. You have some cuts, he noted, pulling out bandages. Why don't I take you to a doctor? Just imagine their reaction when they see someone like me arriving with a bloody body. Let's disinfect, he said, pouring a bit of alcohol onto the wounds. The unconscious person stirred slightly, a grimace crossing their face. Even unconscious, you can feel the pain. There, Izuku murmured soothingly as he applied the bandages. Heal, little frog's tail. If it doesn't heal today, it will heal tomorrow. All set, but you have a bit of a fever, he observed, touching their forehead gently. A paracetamol will relieve that, but you're not conscious enough to take it. It's nighttime, it's cold, he said, removing his jacket and draping it over them. I think for now you'll be fine. I'll sit here and wait for you to wake up while I watch how the heroes and Nomus fight. In the distance, someone shouted, my leg. Izuku pulled out his phone. May must be worried, I'm going to call her. Hello, love, he said when she answered. Izuku, where the hell have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? May exclaimed, her voice laced with panic. Izuku rubbed his ear, wincing at the volume. Love, you know nothing will happen to me. It's not that, it's just that, she hesitated, her voice trembling. What? Izuku asked, concern creeping into his tone. I'm afraid you'll leave me. I know you're strong but not immortal. I don't want you to die. May's sobs echoed through the phone, breaking Izuku's heart. Oh, love, he said softly, his heart aching for her. You know I won't die. I promise. Izuku declared with conviction. May responded confidently, I know. Besides, if you die, I'll create a machine to bring you back to life, and then I'll take care of you myself. Izuku smirked, tough girls, just how I like them. Oh, love, May said with a hint of nostalgia, we've spent so much time apart. Do you think it's time to get back into action? Where are you? Izuku asked, curiosity piqued. Well, I'm at your house eating your chocolate ice cream, she replied with a laugh. I'm watching AM and AFO go at it, he said, his attention still on the battle. Oh, okay, I'm seeing that on the news too, May noted. Hey, you know I got kidnapped, right? Izuku mentioned casually. Yep, the heroine Mirko told me about it. The one you were with, May replied. Jealous, he teased. A little, she admitted. It's been a while since you paid attention to me. I'll do something special for you later, Izuku promised, then added, oh, I rescued someone else I found there. Oh, I heard something similar too, about a girl from Shiketsu who disappeared, May said, her interest piqued. She's blonde, with honey-colored eyes and full lips. Yep, that's definitely her. She's running a bit of a fever, recovering from her injuries, Izuku explained. So considerate as always, May remarked. How about a little fun with her? Wow, she hasn't even woken up yet, Izuku chuckled. Calm down, May. It's always more fun this way, she replied playfully. Sweetheart, he teased. You're having fun with Nagant now, aren't you? May asked, her tone light. Nah, I left her with a new invention of mine, he replied. Meanwhile, Lady Nagant found herself in a compromising situation. Back to the scene, May continued, I love seeing how they show their true faces. That face of total pleasure and excitement. And only I saw yours, Izuku reminded her. You are and will be the only man to see it, she declared. You know, I'm starting to realize you're a bit of a tease, he said with a laugh. And no way. May protested. Did you see AFO's punch? Izuku exclaimed. Yep, she replied, her excitement evident. Aren't you nervous if AM loses? He asked. We have you, she reassured him. Hey, what's the name of the girl I rescued? Izuku inquired. According to the newspapers, it's Kami Udashimi, May answered. Well, she's waking up now. Bye, take care, I love you, he said, preparing to leave. I love you too, May replied warmly. As Kami stirred, she looked around, disoriented. Where am I? She asked. Good evening, Izuku greeted her. Who are you? Are they going to take my BLD again? Kami panicked. Oh, poor thing, calm down. I'm the one who got you out of that place, he reassured her. Wait, she said, studying him closely and blushing slightly. I saw you with them, but you were tied up. Did they kidnap you too? You could say that, Izuku replied. How did we escape? Kami asked, her curiosity growing. The heroes showed up and I got you out. You were unconscious and injured, he explained. I cleaned you up, bandaged you, and wrapped you in my jacket. I really appreciate it, she said gratefully. I see they took you when you still had your uniform on, he noted. Yeah. They came out of nowhere, she recalled. Here, take this, he said, handing her a pill. What's this for? Kami asked, puzzled. You have a bit of a fever, it's paracetamol, he explained. You do so much for a stranger like me, she said, surprised. That's what heroes do, right? Take it and I'll take you home, he replied. Thanks, big guy, she said, her tone softening. Is there any way I can thank you? Actually, not right now. I just want to go home. Shall we? He suggested. No one has ever rejected me, Cammy said seriously. And no one ever will. Well, what a shame I'm the first, Izuku replied with a smirk. Cammy then threw a kind of smoke, declaring, glamour. Ah, that's your quirk, Izuku observed. You'll have some interesting experiences with me, she teased. Izuku maintained a poker face. That doesn't work on me. We'll see about that, she challenged. 30 minutes later, Izuku said, You're still there waiting. This is unbelievable. Why isn't it working? Cammy exclaimed in frustration. I'm sorry, but can I take you home now? He asked. But first, she said, a mischievous glint in her eye. What? He replied, intrigued. Cammy unzipped her jacket a bit and winked. Do you want to miss this? Are we going? Izuku asked, trying to keep the conversation on track. What kind of man are you? Are you not interested? She pressed. No, I just don't feel like it today, he said, his thoughts drifting to May. He was worried about her and just wanted to return. Cammy sighed again and zipped up her jacket. Fine. But can we go to your house? My parents don't live with me, they work outside the city. And how would they be sure nothing happened to you? Izuku questioned. I used to put them in illusions, she explained. Fascinating. Shall we go? He asked. Okay, but how are we getting there? She replied. Izuku picked her up effortlessly. Hold on tight. Oh, see, you did want it after all, she teased. Hold on tight, he repeated, taking off at high speed. Meanwhile, Am confronted AFO. This ends here, AFO, she shouted, unleashing her power. United. Smash. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the impact. This is amazing. A reporter exclaimed. AM defeated AFO. He then heard through his microphone, I'm being informed that AFO is down. M declared, the seawell ends here. The chapter concluded. Later, Izuku woke up next to Mei. Last night was incredible, she exclaimed. And Nagant? He asked, still groggy. On your other side. She passed out a few times last night, Mei replied with a smirk. When I got here, she was in a machine that was. Well, you know, he said, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Come on, it's not that big of a deal, Mei reassured him. You're such a closet pervert. Izuku muttered. Hey, what about the girl you brought last night? Mei asked, changing the subject. Cammy. Yeah, I saved her, rejected her, and then came here. Where is she? He inquired. She's right here, Mei said, gesturing. Cammy, with hearts in her eyes, greeted him. Good morning, Izuku. How long has she been here? He asked, surprised. For about 4 hours, Mei answered. How do you know? He pressed. We went to bed at 3 a.m., and it's clear she hasn't stopped, Mei explained. Hey, you need to rest, Izuku insisted. Of course not, Izzy. I'm just happy to see you. Cammy chirped. Izuku felt a vein pop on his forehead. You can't ignore me, she teased. I don't remember saying that, he replied, now dressed. Wow, you're quick. But Mei said there wouldn't be a problem. Now come give me some attention. Cammy urged. Great, another pervert, he muttered. Mei, with a mischievous smile, added, and there are more to come. Yes, dear, we get it. You support polygamy. Anyway, I'm off to you, Izuku said, trying to escape the situation. Cammy chimed in. We at Shiketsu got the day off because of an accident. At Shiketsu, chaos erupted. Boss, a gas pipe has burst. An employee shouted. Diamenet. Lopez has a fire quirk. The boss yelled. What did I do, boss? Lopez asked innocently, lighting a cigarette with his finger. Boom. Back to Izuku, Mei continued, and Power Loader said it'll take a while to repair the workshop. Plus, we built a workshop in your yard. I know. Well, goodbye, dear. Goodbye, Cammy. And goodbye, Mei. He said, disappearing. Mei sighed dreamily, I love him, at you. Izuku kicked the door to his classroom open. I'm back, he announced. Everyone looked at him in shock, having thought he had been kidnapped. You finally came back. Shuka exclaimed, unfazed. 3 days, Izuku. 3 days. Melissa scolded. Katsumi added, I agree with the others. Aizawa looked at Izuku with a hint of relief. Well, you're back. I thought they had convinced you to become a villain. I was already contemplating hanging myself. Of course not. Izuku replied with a laugh. Ha. Mei would kill me. He whispered the last part as if sharing a secret. All right, sit down. Some guests should be arriving soon, Aizawa instructed. But sensei, I'm already sitting, Izuku pointed out, gesturing to his seat. As I was saying, they should be outside. They can come in now, Aizawa continued. At that moment, 3 people entered the room, 2 men and a woman. They are the big 3, likely to be heroes in the top ranks or even number 1, Aizawa explained. Hello. My name is Togata Mirio. The first man announced enthusiastically. And I'm Nijire Hato. Nice to meet you. The woman chimed in, her energy infectious. The third member, Tamaki, remained silent for a moment, giving a fierce look that caught everyone's attention. What a stare, Izuku remarked, stepping in front of Tamaki with a serious expression and a raised finger. Trying to intimidate me. Taki stammered, before trembling and fainting. Did I go too far? Izuku asked, concern creeping into his voice. Aizawa chuckled. He defeated one of the big 3 with just a look. Tamaki. Are you okay? Come on, respond. Mirio shouted, rushing to his friend's side. I see a light, Tamaki murmured weakly. Oops, it's me, Izuku said, letting his finger stop glowing. Nijire pouted, crossing her arms as she looked at Izuku. Why did you do that? Tamaki has a heart of gold. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he was trying to intimidate me, Izuku replied, feeling a bit guilty. Nijire floated closer, her curiosity evident. Why are you so tall? Why were you glowing? Weren't you the kid who got kidnapped? Why are you wearing those glasses? Why did you attack Tamaki? Why are you so handsome? She blushed at the last question. Izuku responded with a list. Because that's how I was born. It's my quirk. It's something important to me. He looked like he wanted to intimidate us. Because that's how I was born. Mirio sighed, shaking his head. He's fine. Anyway, this is Tamaki. We're here to put you to the test. Looking at Izuku, Mirio added, I've also heard about you. I want to see how strong the best in class really is. Izuku grinned, excitement bubbling within him. Oh wow, looks like I'll have to fight one of the big 3. I'm so scared. Alright, Class A, let's head to Beta Field, Aizawa commanded. 15 minutes later, Izuku rallied his classmates. Give it your all, guys. Aren't you fighting? Melissa asked, puzzled. I prefer to do it alone, Izuku replied confidently. After a challenging session with Class A, Ju, looking traumatized, exclaimed, It was like 15 centimeters. Is that all? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. For that reason, I'm a lesbian, Jiru said, her eyes blank as she trembled. All right, Izuku, it's your turn, Aizawa announced. This is going to hurt, Izuku warned. Don't worry, we'll take it easy, Mirio assured him, flanked by Tamaki and Nijire. I never said it would hurt me, Izuku retorted, a determined smile on his face. This fight is going to be huge. I hope it's not just bragging. Mirio shot back. A fight for glory is rewarding, Izuku said, dodging Tamaki and Nijire's attacks. Mirio suddenly appeared behind him. Don't let your guard down. Izuku smiled, bending down. You let yours down. Mirio's fist connected with Tamaki, who let out a startled cry. Mirio, be more careful. Nijire urged. Sorry, Tamaki. Mirio replied, concern evident in his voice. Izuku smirked. I told you, you let your guard down. One of his eyes glowed ominously. What? Mirio asked, confused. One down, Izuku declared, kicking Tamaki with precision. Tamaki cried out, spitting BLD as he was sent flying. And that's me holding back, Izuku added nonchalantly. DMN. Mirio exclaimed, shocked. Nijire, gathering her energy, prepared to attack. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Izuku warned, raising his finger. Nijire, watch out. Mirio shouted, pushing her aside just as lightning surged through him, creating an explosion. That attack was meant to incapacitate. Mirio protested. Of course not, Izuku replied, immobilizing Nijire effortlessly. She gasped. Everyone fell silent, unsure of what to say. That didn't sound good. Izuku muttered, glancing at her. I'm sorry, I got sensitive, Nijire admitted, her cheeks flushed. Heh, you all let your guard down, Izuku said, a playful glint in his eyes. There's a face, Nijire began, but Izuku had already kicked her, sending her out of the arena. This time, I barely touched her, I swear, he said, looking at her fainted form. Mirio thought to himself, impressed. He uses his sarcasm and playfulness to distract us. He seems very childish, but he's a true genius in combat. What's wrong, young Mirio? Are you desperate? How amusing, huh? Izuku teased. You really are something wonderful, Mirio admitted, a smile creeping onto his face. One thing, Izuku said, his tone suddenly serious. Yes. Mirio replied, curious. Is Miss Nijire single? Or does one of you two have an interest in her? Izuku asked, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Mirio, deadpan, answered, yes, she's single, and Tamaki is asexual since he's too shy to talk to anyone but us. Plus, I'm not interested. Awesome. Let's continue with the fight, Izuku said, excitement bubbling up again. All right. Mirio shouted, disappearing in a flash. Young Mirio, don't think I don't know your quirk is actually permeability, and I congratulate you on such a feat of controlling it, Izuku called out, sensing Mirio's presence behind him. So you noticed, huh? You really are incredible. Mirio exclaimed. But this ends now, he declared, throwing a punch. Bim, bim, bim. Dramatic music played as everyone watched in shock. Nijire and Tamaki, who had also regained consciousness, saw Mirio's fist go through Izuku. Oh my god! I killed him! Mirio shouted in panic. DMN it. Someone call recovery girl, quick. Aizawa barked. What's all the commotion about? Izuku asked, looking unfazed. This is bad, I just wanted to reveal this, he said, a smile creeping onto his face. I am intangible. Finish him. Mirio shouted, still in disbelief. There's no way, Izuku interrupted, landing a massive punch. I win, he said, grinning. After taking down the three formidable opponents, Izuku found himself back in Class A. Alright, today we have the new internships. Choose wisely, Aizawa announced. By the way, Melissa, Izuku, you two have a special invitation. From whom? Melissa asked, intrigued. Let me guess, Mirio's hero, right? Izuku guessed. You got it. Apparently, Mirio spoke very highly of you, and he wants to meet you in person, Aizawa confirmed. But be careful, this is not something to take lightly. That hero is known for being very serious, and his current targets are the Yakuza. At those words, the students trembled in fear. Oh, Izuku said, smiling widely, this just got really interesting. Excellent, let's see if you survive, Aizawa replied, his tone stern. As for the rest of you, I can't believe I have such pathetic students. Received by third-rate heroes, incompetent fools, you're the future. I don't even know how you got into UA, you're the worst students I could ever wish for. He continued, pointing at each student. The walking bomb, the burnt bicolor, the bone-breaking blonde. The perverted little guy who will never be a hero and will never have a girlfriend. The electric rat, the diabetic musclehead, God's experiment. The spoiled girl, the plank, a frog. The pink panther with acid. The floating chubby girl, and the invisible one. The kangaroo tail, the French guy, the living ribbon, and I think that's everyone, because the rest don't even deserve a mention. Most of Class A had small tears in their eyes while Izuku chuckled softly, finding humor in Aizawa's harsh words. Izuku held a syringe in his hand, a recent invention by May. Emotional cruelty serum, he announced to Professor Izawa. Suddenly, class bolted from the classroom. Izawa chased after them, calling out, "No, sprouts. I didn't mean that." Izuku watched them go, a grin spreading across his face. "This is so much fun, even if I end up alone." He pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. "Hi, love," he said cheerfully. On the other end, a voice replied, "I can even hear the crying." It worked. "Of course." Izuku responded, excitement bubbling in his tone. "Great. I'll give you your reward tonight," the voice promised. "Call Mirko, Burnin, and Lady Nagant," Izuku instructed. "Sure thing, love, all to please you," came the reply. "See you, I hear them coming," Izuku said before hanging up and tucking his phone away. "All right, I'm heading to the agency now." Melissa, who had been waiting nearby, called out, "Hey, can you take me with you?" In an instant, Izuku and Melissa vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Izawa sighed, "I wish I could punish him." With Izuku and Melissa now at the agency, Melissa looked a bit disheveled. "We're here," Izuku said, glancing around. "Thanks, love," she replied, fixing her hair. "No problem," he said, smiling. "Let's go in," she suggested. Suddenly, Mirio's voice boomed from behind them. "Hey guys." Izuku and Melissa turned around to see him approaching. "When I told Izawa, I didn't think you'd come so quickly. It's incredible," Mirio exclaimed. Melissa pointed at Izuku. "He carried me here." Izuku waved happily at Mirio. "Let's go in, I'll take you to Sir Knight," Mirio said, leading the way. The three of them entered Sir Knight's office, where an unusual setup awaited them. Not the tickle machine again. Mirio groaned. Izuku raised an eyebrow. "Wow, that's a violation at work." Melissa blushed, her eyes wide. What is he doing?" Sir Knight turned to them, a grin on his face. "I knew you'd come," he said, turning off the machine. Bubble Girl, catching her breath, laughed. "Huh, I was about to pee." Mirio chuckled. "Oh, Sir Knight. I already knew you'd come. First, let's see if you—" Sir Knight pointed at Melissa. "Emmy," she stammered. "Everyone outside," he commanded. As the others filed out, Izuku lingered for a moment, exchanging a glance with Sir Knight before leaving. "Heir of one for all," Sir Knight mused. "I should give that power to Mirio." "But Melissa began, her voice trembling. "You're a child, you have no idea how to control that power," Sir Knight interrupted. "For the first time, all might disappoints me." "But Melissa protested weakly. "If you think you're worthy of that power, attack me," Sir Knight challenged. Melissa's mind raced. Her quirk allowed her to see a few seconds into the future. She knew she had to do something unexpected, something she would never normally consider. Meanwhile, Sir Knight thought to himself, "It's so obvious she'll think to knock me out quickly. She won't be able to win." Outside the room, Mirio introduced Izuku to Bubble Girl. "So, Bubble Girl, this is Izuku, someone very strong. He defeated me and my teammates all by himself and came out unscathed." Bubble Girl smiled warmly. "Nice to meet you. You must be really strong if you managed to beat the 3 big shots all on your own." Izuku shrugged modestly. "Well." Just then, Melissa emerged from the room, looking a bit flustered. Inside the room, Sir Knight was seen grabbing his sensitive parts, writhing in pain. "Well done, doing the unexpected," he gasped. "I think I overdid it," Melissa admitted, her cheeks flushed. "Just let it go, you just ended his lineage," Izuku joked. "Oh no. Bus, react." Bubble Girl cried out, panicking. "You managed to defeat Sir Knight," Mirio said, astonished. "I just did what I would never do," Melissa replied, still in shock. "Confusing the enemy. Splendid job, Meli-chan." Izuku praised, his eyes shining with admiration. Melissa blushed and fidgeted with her fingers. "Come on, it's not that big of a deal." Sir Knight, finally recovering, coughed and said, "All right, first finish the paperwork while I take care of a few things, so we can patrol. Do the accounting for profits and expenses." All right, Izuku said, donning an accountant's cap. He pulled out a ticket machine. It has 17.5% in amortized bonuses for the fiscal year. He continued, 8% in stocks and bonds. We have 9, we'll divide it by the gross domestic product. As he made the ticket longer, he added, fortunately, funeral arrangements are deductible. Sir Knight sighed. So many casualties. Izuku finished, and that would be all. Bubble Girl and Mirio stared at him, wide-eyed. He finished everything in less than 5 minutes. Bubble Girl marveled. It used to take us hours. Mirio added, still in disbelief. Impressive. Sir Knight said, nodding. But there's still more paperwork to do. 20 minutes later, Izuku was wrapped in a gigantic ticket. And that leaves us with 37.5% of income bonuses along with the shareholders, he explained. With an extra 56.7% for the monthly budget, which is enough for a Christmas gift for the employees. They also need to renovate the bathrooms. One exploded. Sir Knight raised an eyebrow. How could that have happened? A flashback revealed 2 random people, Martinez and Lopez. All right, Lopez. Let's set off the firecracker and run. Martinez shouted. I don't know, man. We came from Mexico for work, not for. Lopez hesitated. Run, Lopez, I already set off the rocket. Ha. Martinez laughed. Screw you, Martinez. Lopez yelled as they ran off. Back in the present, Sir Knight shook his head. All right, you can go patrol for a while since it's only 4 p.m. Izuku turned to Mirio and Melissa. Shall we grab lunch while we patrol? Sure. But what? Mirio asked. The most balanced meal there is, Izuku declared with a grin. A hamburger. Melissa laughed. Haha, and I'm the American. Excellent. Mirio cheered. Bubble Girl, looking forlorn, asked, and what about me, boss? Stay and clean up, Sir Knight instructed. Bubble Girl sighed. Can I at least eat? No, Sir Knight replied flatly. Izuku chuckled. LBR exploitation, huh? Mirio turned to Bubble Girl. He only does that when they do something wrong. What did you do? WL, she stammered. My office is filled with bubbles, Sir Knight said, reading the newspaper. 30 minutes later, Izuku, Mirio, and Melissa walked together, Izuku gulping down his hamburger when a small voice cried out from below. Help me. Izuku looked down, surprised. What's wrong, little one? Are you lost? Melissa asked gently. Where are your parents? Mirio added, concern etched on his face. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted. Eri, what did I tell you about bothering the heroes? The 3 aspiring heroes grew serious as they recognized the speaker. He's a Yakuza, Izuku whispered. Don't do anything, that's an order, Mirio replied urgently. No one can stop me. Izuku whispered defiantly. Please help me. Eri pleaded, gripping Izuku's leg tighter. Eri, Shizaki said firmly, removing his glove. Izuku stepped forward, his voice steady. You're a Yakuza. I warned you, Shizaki replied, grabbing Izuku and making him vanish. Sir. Eri cried out, panic rising in her voice. Let's go. Shizaki commanded, leaving with his subordinates. Damn it, I warned you. Mirio exclaimed, frustration evident. Izuku, regenerating and moving at maximum speed, realized too late that they were already gone. They're dead, he said in a chilling voice. The atmosphere was tense as they quickly returned to Sir Knight's office. After recounting what had happened, he gathered more heroes. The situation is critical, and we finally have witnesses and information. Sir Knight declared. I suggest we make a plan before acting, Ryukyu proposed. Everyone knows that, Dragon Lady, Mirko replied, biting into a carrot. I was talking about you. You always rush in without hesitation. Ryukyu shot back. Stop the 2 of you. Endeavor interrupted. Is this really a good idea? I mean, they are the Yakuza, the lady questioned. For heaven's sake, lady, a child is in danger. Sir Knight insisted. Knock knock. For goodness sake, what now? Come in. Mirko called. Nijire burst in, looking desperate. We have a problem. What happened now, Nijire? Ryukyu asked, concern growing. Borsalino is attacking Mirio. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone present hurried into the adjacent room, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief. The sight before them was shocking. Their interns and students from UA lay scattered across the floor, some unconscious. Izuku moved cautiously toward Mirio, who was badly injured. You prevented me from saving the girl. Izuku accused, his voice filled with frustration. They would have killed you. Mirio coughed, struggling to catch his breath. Do you really still believe that after humiliating yourself and everyone else? Izuku gestured toward the injured individuals around them. Nijire went to get help from the professionals. You just ruined your career, Mirio replied, coughing again. Tagata, you fought against All Might, the very person they admire, and you were humiliated. Izuku shouted, his voice rising. You stopped me from saving that girl. I'm sorry. Mirio said weakly, his energy fading. Izuku's finger began to glow ominously. Izuku, don't do it. Melissa cried from the ground, panic in her voice. I know you're frustrated, but this won't solve anything. Shuka added, her body immobile. Izuku, let it go. Mirko urged, her tone desperate. Someone stop him. Sir Knight shouted, fear creeping into his voice. Mirko lunged to kick him, but Izuku transformed into light and reassembled himself effortlessly. Rumi, you know you can't do anything to me, he said, his voice calm. You don't know where the Yakuza are, you won't be able to do anything without that information, Sir Knight warned. Do you really plan to stop me? Izuku challenged, his determination unwavering. It's our duty. I'm sorry, the lady said, her voice filled with regret. You know you don't stand a chance, Izuku replied, adjusting his glasses with a hint of arrogance. I hate to admit it, but that kid is right. Endeavor chimed in, reluctantly acknowledging the truth. If you all don't plan to do something, I will, Izuku declared, his resolve firm. Who are you to do that? Mirio coughed, disbelief evident in his eyes. Someone superior, Izuku said before vanishing from sight. DMN it. Mirko exclaimed, gripping her head tightly in frustration. Get the injured treated. This is going to get very ugly, Sir Knight ordered, his voice steady despite the chaos. What do we do now? Emi lady asked, her anxiety palpable. Call Mei-san, she's the only one who can calm him down in situations like this, Melissa suggested, trying to rise from the ground. 1 hour later, both heroes and police gathered outside the Yakuza organization's hideout. Any sign of him? Ryukyu, dragon form towering over the others. Not at all, but here's his favorite if he shows up, Mirko replied, her eyes scanning the area. He will listen to me, Mei said, her expression serious. All right, let's, Sir Knight began, but his words were cut short. So this is the place, Izuku announced, suddenly appearing before them. Stop him! Sir Knight shouted as the police prepared to move in. Hey, Izuku! Mei called out, her voice filled with urgency. Why, dear? Izuku replied, tensing as he dodged the approaching police. Don't hold back, Mei urged, a smile breaking through her concern. Of course, Izuku said, returning her smile with determination. That wasn't the deal. Sir Knight exclaimed, frustration evident in his tone. Izuku leaped into action, his fingers glowing with energy. Yasakami no Magatama, he shouted, unleashing a barrage of glowing orbs that exploded within the hideout. Inside the hideout, chaos erupted. Boss, the heroes are attacking us, a subordinate shouted, panic in his voice. DMN it. Overhaul replied, frustration evident as explosions echoed around them. Izuku continued his assault, searching for the girl amidst the chaos. Stop. You're destroying too much. The police shouted, trying to regain control. That girl has suffered enough. We can't leave it like this. Izuku insisted, his determination unyielding. Leave it to the heroes, the police urged, but Izuku shook his head. No, he replied, charging inside at incredible speed. DMN it, let's go. We need to catch up to him. Mirko shouted, her urgency palpable. We shouldn't have made him angry, M'lady added, her voice laced with concern. Mirko, blushing slightly, whispered, I like that he's tough. Ryukyu's thoughts raced. Did I hear that right? Rumi said she likes that he's tough, which means she's into that student. This is getting out of hand. I can't use my quirk. That kid is unpredictable enough to cause this, Sir Knight thought, surveying the defeated villains around him. Meanwhile, inside the hideout, Overhaul was cornered. Boss, run. He's here. A subordinate yelled, panic in his eyes. I have no choice, you too. Overhaul commanded, his voice resolute. Hi, they replied in unison, confusion evident. Your sacrifice won't be in vain, he declared, absorbing them into himself. A loud explosion echoed through the hideout. Where is the girl? Izuku demanded, his voice firm as he confronted Overhaul. You don't understand. Quirks bring disaster to this world. That girl's quirk will help eliminate them. I just want to help. And this. Overhaul pleaded, desperation creeping into his tone. Just tell me where she is, Izuku insisted, standing his ground. I'll tell you, but you won't leave here alive. In lab number 3, Overhaul said, beginning to transform. Little one. Are you here? Izuku called out, his voice echoing through the chaos. Yes, sir. Eri trembled, tears streaming down her face as she looked injured. Oh, little one, there you are. Come on, we need to get out of here, Izuku said, bending down and opening his arms. But you exploded. I saw it. Eri protested, fear evident in her eyes. Oh, little one, it takes more than that to kill me. Come here, he reassured her, his voice gentle. Eri began to tear up. Sir. Boo-hoo. She cried, running into his embrace. Little one, listen, I'll leave you outside with an ambulance. Just stay calm. Izuku instructed, his tone firm yet comforting. Why yes, sir, Eri replied, nodding. Hold on tight, little one, things are going to get a bit bumpy, he warned as they prepared to move. Okay. Eri screamed, excitement mingling with fear as they sped away. We made it. Izuku exclaimed, relief washing over him. Hey, you stop, the police began, but Izuku cut them off. There's no time for that, take care of the little one. I'll handle that thing, he said, his gaze fixed on Overhaul. I haven't practiced this well, but there's no other choice, Izuku thought, gathering his resolve as he jumped into action. Hey, Gigantomachia, he shouted, drawing Overhaul's attention. Empathy. Overhaul grunted, still engaged in battle with Ryukyu. Ama no Murakamo. Izuku shouted, conjuring a sword of light. Luminous technique. He declared as the sword began to shine brighter. Angelic slash. He launched, delivering a massive cut toward Overhaul. Overhaul gasped, feeling the impact of Izuku's attack. Kendo's eyes widened in surprise. Wow! Izuku, who was standing behind them, took a sip of his drink and asked, seriously, does the Bible say that? Ibra interrupted her teasing of Setsuna, calling out, Izuku. Setsuna coughed dramatically. I can't feel my legs. Reiko quipped, that's because they're separated from your body. Setsuna turned her gaze to Izuku and smiled. Hi, handsome. Hi, Izuku replied, a bit taken aback. Yui chimed in, you're really tall. Thanks, Izuku said, feeling a bit flattered. Kendo leaned in, curious. Is it true that you do kendo? Ibra's eyes widened. Wait, have you been with Izuku? Kendo blushed and exclaimed, and my name is the same as the sport. This is fun, Izuku remarked, enjoying the lively banter. True, Yui agreed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Izuku looked at Yui and asked, do you want to join in, sweetheart? Oh, nobody wants to be alone, she replied softly. Wow, you're easy, Izuku teased. Yui leaned closer and whispered, come closer. Izuku bent down, intrigued. Yes. I've been watching you since you arrived at school, Yui confessed, her eyes filled with affection. I usually find ways to see you, and I think about you a lot. Her expression turned dreamy as she added, we'll get married and have lots of kids. Izuku stared blankly for a moment, feeling overwhelmed. Why, you just had to tell me, You didn't have to say all that, he stammered, a hint of fear in his voice. Yui playfully responded, delicious. The girls from Class B exchanged glances, clearly amused. Kendo chimed in, you know we heard everything, right? Yep. I also have a little one in my head, Izuku replied, trying to lighten the mood. Kinoko climbed onto Izuku, greeting him with enthusiasm. Hi, Izuku. Kendo raised an eyebrow. And how do you know him? Kinoko grinned. We go to the same mushroom shop. Izuku nodded. Uncle Luigi's mushrooms are fantastic. Kinoko added, and I thought it was cute when he painted his mushroom. Ibra tugged at Izuku with her vines, exclaiming, I'm tired. If you plan to be with all my classmates, do it with me too. She looked him straight in the eyes. Izuku hesitated for a moment before replying. But Kendo shook her head in disbelief. You guys are wild. Reiko suddenly asked, do you want to marry me? Kendo's eyes widened. And what's that about? Reiko explained, in my whole life, I've only looked for one type of man. Yui interjected, let me guess, tall and with green hair. Reiko shook her head. No. Then who? Izuku asked, genuinely curious. Someone who likes books, ghost stories, and the color yellow, Reiko replied, pulling a small book from Izuku's pocket. I also like the ghost book in the White House. Kendo sighed in exasperation. I give up. I can't deal with you all. Izuku lifted her up, smiling. You know, you're very appealing. Kendo blushed, looking away. That's cheating. Meanwhile, at home, Izuku was calmly drinking water with Mei when Katsumi kicked the door open and announced, my parents want to meet you. Mei burst out, laughing, spitting water all over Izuku's face. Izuku wiped his face with a napkin, looking bewildered. Shuka, who was standing behind Katsumi, added, mine too, especially my mom. Mei took a sip of water, and Izuku quickly moved away. PFFFF. Mei accidentally sprayed water on Katsumi. Hey! Katsumi exclaimed, surprised. Melissa entered the room, looking anxious. And my dad just texted me. He says Uncle Mike told him everything. He wants to meet you. Izuku took another sip of water, trying to remain calm. Mei pushed Katsumi in front of her. Izuku couldn't hold back a laugh. Piv, Katsumi squealed. You guys. As she got splashed with water again. Melissa handed her a napkin. Thanks. Izuku sighed, enough drama, I'm just going, right? Melissa's expression turned serious. My dad wants to kill you. She trembled as she showed her phone, revealing a message. Dear daughter, this message is for him. I'm going to make you regret this. I'll be in Japan soon. Izuku's eyes widened. I can't die. Mei chimed in playfully. That's true, look. She poked Izuku gently. See, he replied, trying to lighten the mood. Katsumi added, my mom invited you for breakfast. But it's nighttime, Izuku protested. Katsumi rolled her eyes. Idiot, it's 7 a.m., we have to go at 8 a.m. Mei asked, are we staying up late? Again. Izuku said, amused. Shuka suddenly inquired, where's Eri? With Mandalay and Koda, looking for a school, Izuku replied. Meanwhile, with Mandalay, Eri and Koda were admiring the playground. What nice playgrounds, they exclaimed. Mandalay chuckled, that's all that matters to you. Back with Izuku, Katsumi asked, so, are you ready? Give me 1 minute, he said, disappearing momentarily. Don't take too long. Katsumi called after him. Izuku returned, dressed as the emissary chief. Late. Change already. Katsumi insisted. Izuku laughed, ha, I'm coming, and vanished again. Shuka piped up, my parents invited you for lunch. Melissa added, I guess I'll be for dinner. Mei smirked, I had him all night before, he's all yours. She took another sip of water. Katsumi quickly covered her face. Not in the face. What? Mei asked, confused. Katsumi shrugged. Sorry, it's a habit. Is Izuku ready? She shouted. Izuku, engrossed in a video game, laughed. Haha, these characters are hilarious. Mei raised an eyebrow. So you're playing? Izuku blinked, realizing he had been distracted. Sorry, love. I'm ready. Good, take me. Katsumi said, raising her arms. Okay, Izuku replied, lifting her up. I like that you're shorter than me. He smiled. Katsumi blushed. You're a giant. Mei, Shuka, and Melissa teased. Sundara. Izuku looked at the clock. Wait, wasn't it at 8? Mei replied, it's 7:10 a.m. Izuku set Katsumi down. Let's play a game. Shuka sighed. I shouldn't have given it to him. Melissa asked, where did you find that game? Shuka replied, I took it from Natsuo. Who's Natsuo? Mei inquired. My brother, Shuka answered. You borrowed it from your brother. Melissa asked, surprised. Yeah, Shuka confirmed. Katsumi laughed. Ha. The best part is she says it like it's the most normal thing in the world. Izuku continued playing, chuckling. Hi, he died laughing. Mei looked at the screen, incredulous. But 2 chainsaws got stuck in him. But he laughed, Izuku defended. Shuka remarked, I didn't know it was so intense. Katsumi replied, no way, it's literally a zombie game. I'm bored now, let's go, Izuku said, carrying Katsumi. Wait, Iya. She squealed as they vanished. Shuka shook her head. I almost feel sorry. Almost. Mei suggested, do you want to play something else? Back with Izuku, he asked, where was your house, as they stopped. Katsumi, feeling dizzy, replied, straight, left, right. Izuku raised an eyebrow, confused. Katsumi composed herself. I mean. She looked closely. Wow, we've arrived. Izuku set Katsumi down. I think I should have brought something, wait for me. He disappeared for a moment. I'm back, I brought something special, he announced. Katsumi's eyes lit up. For breakfast. There's always a good time for a treat, Izuku replied. Katsumi sighed as she opened the door. I'm back, Mom. Mitsuki's voice rang out. Who are you calling Mom? And where's the boy? She added, noticing Izuku. Izuku bent down respectfully. Good morning, Mrs. Bakugu. Mitsuki, noticing Katsumi, said, your grandmother came too, we should go over and chat with her. Masaru, attend to our guest, she instructed. Masaru looked at Izuku, surprised. He's quite tall. Come in, boy, breakfast is ready. I brought wine, Izuku said, holding it out. Masaru took the wine, thanking him. I like you, father-in-law. What father-in-law? You're just Katsumi's boyfriend. Masaru exclaimed. Well, yes, Izuku replied with a grin. Masaru chuckled. I thought you were just her friend. I never imagined a boy would be able to tolerate her. But she's a sweetheart. Izuku said, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Masaru laughed. Ha, I know. She's probably talking to her mother right now, although my mother-in-law is here too. I feel for you, Izuku said sympathetically. Don't worry, she's a good lady, Masaru reassured him. Izuku poured some wine and asked, so, tell me, what did your wife make for breakfast? Let me get that for you, Masaru replied, standing up. He returned with 2 plates in hand. Waffles, enjoy. Thanks, father-in-law, Izuku said, grateful. So, tell me about yourself, Masaru prompted, eager to learn more. With Katsumi, Mitsuki, and Katsumi's grandmother Mitsuki scolded, you're too young to be dating. You're so naughty and disobedient. You didn't even clean your room last time. Katsumi's grandmother, watching the drama unfold while sipping her tea, chuckled softly. Katsumi retorted, old lady. I assure you at my age you were just like me. Mitsuki shot back. Well, I wasn't. I was the sweetest girl in the world. Katsumi's grandmother stifled a laugh, nearly spilling her tea. Is everything okay, Grandma? Katsumi asked, concerned. Oh yes, everything's fine, her grandmother replied, still chuckling. Mitsuki continued, in fact, when I was your age, I never brought home a bad grade. The grandmother couldn't contain herself any longer, laughing quietly. And having a boyfriend at your age? Never. Mitsuki exclaimed. I never brought a boyfriend home when I was your age, Huh, the grandmother laughed, trying to regain her composure. Oh, excuse me, Katsumi pressed. Old lady, what are you laughing at? Nothing, her grandmother replied, but Katsumi wasn't convinced. Grandma, Katsumi persisted. Katsumi, her grandmother responded, looking at Mitsuki. What was the old lady like at my age? Katsumi asked, curious. She was good, the grandmother said, glancing at Mitsuki. Grandma, tell me the truth, Katsumi urged. There was a moment of silence before her grandmother replied, good. If you tell me the truth, I'll treat you to a reservation at the Vismoke restaurant, Katsumi promised. What do you want to know? Her grandmother asked, setting down her tea. When she was my age, what were her grades? Katsumi inquired. All Fs, the grandmother declared. Katsumi looked judgmentally at Mitsuki. And did she have any boyfriends at my age? This woman has never been single in her life. The good thing is she finally made a decision, the grandmother replied. Mitsuki feigned ignorance. Did she go out a lot? Katsumi pressed. Every day at 4 in the morning, the grandmother answered. Katsumi gritted her teeth in frustration. Did she eat healthily? Not even a broccoli, the grandmother said. Did she leave the lights on? Katsumi asked. Back then, there was no electricity, the grandmother began, then added, but she did leave all the candles burning. One last question. Did she always keep her room clean? Katsumi asked. She even left her dirty laundry lying around, the grandmother exclaimed. Mitsuki, embarrassed, interjected, old lady, please. Katsumi grinned triumphantly. I knew it. You're just like me. That's not true, you little brat. Mitsuki retorted. With Masaru and Izuku meanwhile, Masaru and Izuku listened to the commotion from the other room. They exchanged glances and shook hands, sharing a comical moment. Good luck, son-in-law/father-in-law, they said, pretending to wipe away tears. The chapter end. Hey, what are the Watsi? I've been told my stories could be chosen for that. I think I'll send them the one about Izuku crocodile, I mused. In another part of the house, Izuku and Masaru were eating and chatting calmly while the sounds of the women's argument echoed from the other room. So tell me, father-in-law, how did you meet Mrs. Mitsuki? Izuku asked. Masaru chuckled. She used to flirt with me quite a bit at work. She was an appealing woman. We spent so much time together that before I knew it, I was at the altar waiting for my daughter. Izuku smirked. You were terrible at saying no, weren't you? Yes, Masaru replied with a smile. It happens to the best of us, Izuku said, taking a sip of wine. The food is delicious, Masaru remarked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. I agree. Congratulations to your wife, Izuku said. Yes, she wasn't the best cook at first, but years of experience helped her, Masaru replied. Well, I guess I should go get Katsumi. It was a pleasure, father-in-law, Izuku said. Please just call me Masaru. I'll never get used to being called father-in-law, Masaru insisted. All right, Mr. Masaru, Izuku replied playfully. Katsumi, I've won over your father. He called out, only to see Mitsuki and Katsumi still embroiled in their argument. Good day, ma'am, Izuku greeted Katsumi's grandmother. You're taller than I expected, she remarked. When do we stop them? Izuku asked. They'll tire themselves out, the grandmother replied. I suppose so, Izuku said, sitting down. Would you like something? She asked. Thank you, he replied politely. 20 minutes later, are they still fighting? Masaru asked, glancing towards the commotion. I wanted to warn you, son-in-law. You married a wild one, the grandmother said. Don't say that, ma'am, Masaru replied, trying to defend his daughter. I'll take Katsumi, Izuku said, walking over to where they were fighting and picking Katsumi up. You witch. I'm leaving and I don't want to see you again. Katsumi shouted. What did you say, you little brat? Bundle up, I don't want to see you all green. Mitsuki retorted. Of course I will. With the scarf you made for me. Katsumi replied defiantly. Come back another day, brat. Mitsuki called after her. We definitely will. Katsumi shouted back. Who can understand them? The grandmother mused. Goodbye. Izuku said, waving as he disappeared with Katsumi. He was a good kid, Masaru remarked. Who's over 2 meters tall, the grandmother added. I think I should buy or rent a country house. The poor guy must feel uncomfortable crouching when he's here, Masaru suggested. With Izuku we're here. Izuku announced, kicking the door of his house open. How did it go? Shuka asked eagerly. Katsumi argued the whole time with her mother, and I became good friends with her father. I like Mr. Masaru. Izuku replied. Shut up. That old lady is crazy. Katsumi exclaimed. I'm next, get ready, we're going to eat at my house, Shuka said. Your humble abode. What should I wear? Formal attire or casual clothes? Izuku asked. We want to see you in formal wear, the girls chimed in unison. So you can talk. Izuku retorted. May. Get the white wine, I'll take it, he instructed. And what did you bring to my house? Katsumi asked. Red wine, Izuku replied. Well, while we wait for lunchtime, I'm going to play, he said, heading for the gaming console. We've already passed Halo, Shuka reminded him. Do you mean it? I'll play Uncharted then, Izuku said, turning on the PS4. Who gave you that? Shuka asked. That was me, May replied. You guys have too much money, it shows, Melissa commented. He has too much money. He's easily on par with the rich family. May pointed out, gesturing at Izuku. The cowmelons. Katsumi asked, confused. Momo. Shuka added. Yes, he found a lot of gold when he went exploring the Amazon. May exclaimed. Time passes. Izuku stood in a fancy golden suit, looking sharp. You look good, Katsumi said, blushing slightly. Excellent, Shuka added, a bit of BLD trickling from her nose. You made it yourself, Melissa said, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Actually, I helped him make that suit. Besides being formal, he can use it for hero work since it's made of 24-karat gold, May explained. What? The girls exclaimed in unison. It's late, Izuku said, carrying Shuka and heading out. At the Todoroki house, we're here, Izuku announced. Knock on the door, Shuka instructed, feeling dizzy. Izuku knocked and Rei opened the door. Who are you? She asked, surprised. It's my boyfriend, Mom, Shuka said from behind Izuku. Oh, sorry, come in please, Rei said, smiling warmly. Izuku whispered to Shuka, is it normal for her to smile like that all the time? I'm surprised too, Shuka whispered back. As they entered the house, they found only Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Rei inside. The flaming beard. Izuku asked, confused. Hello. The old man went off to do hero work, but we're glad he's not here, Natsuo replied. Shuka whispered to Izuku, I think I know why she's happy. I brought white wine, Izuku said, holding up the bottle. Great. It pairs perfectly with the red meats we're cooking, Natsuo said enthusiastically. Fuyumi cooks wonderfully, Rei added with a smile. Shuka whispered nervously, I'm getting nervous. All right, the barbecue is ready, let's eat, Fuyumi announced. I thought that since everyone is Japanese, they would make Shuka's favorite food, Izuku said. You even know her favorite food. How considerate, Rei remarked, impressed. It's true, you're the best suitor to visit the house so far, Natsuo added. Wasn't I the only one? Izuku asked, surprised. Nah, the old man and his more power nonsense were just arrogant jerks, Natsuo remarked dismissively. Fuyumi turned to him, curious. So, how has it been going? Shuka grinned mischievously. I'm P.R.D.N.T. Everyone gasped, falling backward in shock, their faces turning pale. Fuyumi quickly glanced at Shuka, her eyes wide with disbelief. Really? Shuka burst into laughter. Haha. Natsuo frowned, confused. What's so funny? Shuka continued to laugh. It's not true. I just wanted to see your reactions. Ha. Rei, still processing the news, said, You had me excited. Natsuo pointed at Izuku, who had fainted. You killed him. Shuka shook Izuku gently, still chuckling. Relax, it was just a joke. Izuku stirred, his voice. I'm coming. Kano interjected, "Don't mess with the young man," as he slapped Izuku's soul. Izuku sat up abruptly. "I'm awake. Don't joke like that. I'm going to have a heart attack." "For a moment, I thought I was seeing my," he added, still shaken. Shuka offered an apologetic smile. "Haha, I'm sorry. Sir?" Fuyumi asked, intrigued. Shuka explained while munching on a snack. He was the one who took care of and trained him when he was little. Natsuo's curiosity piqued. "Oh, what happened to him?" Shuka waved her hands quickly, shaking her head. Izuku's expression turned somber. "He's dead." Natsuo fell silent, the weight of the revelation settling in. Rei and Fuyumi exchanged glances before turning to Natsuo. "You messed up." 10 minutes later, Natsuo sat with numerous bruises, while Rei continued to hit him with a newspaper. "I already apologized," he cried comically. Fuyumi, feeling sympathetic, said, "Poor thing, remembering him must have made you sad," as she massaged his back. Shuka, sitting on Izuku's lap, felt a twinge of jealousy. "Don't coddle him." Izuku chuckled, enjoying the moment. "Hee, this is life." Shuka playfully pinched his cheek. "Don't enjoy it too much." Izuku leaned closer and whispered, "But you're the one who enjoys it the most." Shuka whispered back, "That's only with Melissa. I became really good friends with her." Rei, still hitting Natsuo, said, "Forgive this insensitive one." Izuku reassured her, "Don't worry, Mrs. Rei, it's all forgiven." Fuyumi leaned in, nibbling on his ear playfully. "Life is good," Izuku declared. Shuka leaned in and gave him a kiss on the cheek. "But it could be better," Rei observed with a smile. "I see that Fuyumi also gets along quite well." Izuku relaxed, saying, "I'll just say one thing. They come to me." Rei suggested playfully, "Marry both of them," causing Shuka and Fuyumi to go blank in surprise. Izuku responded with a grin, "Where do I sign?" Fuyumi blushed, exclaiming, "Why do you say that all of a sudden?" Rei nudged her playfully. "Come on, daughter, you're massaging and nibbling his ear, don't play dumb." Shuka chimed in, "I have no problem with it." Rei smiled triumphantly. "See, your sister already accepted." Fuyumi nodded, her face still flushed. "Yes." "All right, let's keep eating," Izuku said, content as the laughter and chatter resumed around the table. Chapter end. After having lunch with the Todorokis, they returned to Izuku's humble abode. As he played on his console, he exclaimed, "I really like this game." Shuka, watching him play, remarked, "You're killing characters in the game." Izuku responded, "They're not just characters, they're called holy little sheets." Melissa, munching on a sandwich, chimed in, "It's Far Cry 5, right?" "Exactly," Izuku confirmed. Mei added, "I like that game too, my dad gave it to me when they bought me the console." Katsumi interjected, "I prefer Horizon Zero Dawn." "By the way, Melissa, when is your dad arriving?" Izuku asked. "At 8 p.m., Melissa replied. Mei corrected her, "It's 9 p.m. Melissa, startled, spat her sandwich, hitting Katsumi in the face. "PFFFF. Are you kidding me? It's only 7 p.m. Katsumi exclaimed, wiping her face. Melissa called out, "Mei." Mei burst into laughter. Katsumi, still wiping her face, remarked, "It was tuna, right?" "Yes, I'm sorry," Melissa said, embarrassed. "That was hilarious," Shuka commented. Izuku, shifting the topic, said, "I'd love to time travel, since we're on the topic." Katsumi teased, "You're moving at the speed of light, can't you do it already?" Mei replied, "Silly, to time travel, you need to exceed that speed. Wouldn't that create a black hole?" Melissa wondered. Shuka took a sip of black tea and added, "Devouring everything on the planet and maybe the galaxy." "Well, I didn't think of that," Izuku admitted. "By the way, when I pick up my dad, where are we going?" Melissa asked. "To a restaurant with 1 Michelin star," Izuku answered. "Vismoke?" Shuka inquired. "No, that one has 3. I called, and they said today was a day off, but they recommended another place," Izuku explained. "By the way, any news on the villains?" he continued. Tamura robbed a bank, but witnesses claim he has a different quirk, Shuka replied. Hee hee, that crazy hands guy, Izuku chuckled. And you helped him? Melissa exclaimed, throwing a book at him. I just didn't stop him, Izuku defended himself. That's practically helping him, Katsumi pointed out. Oh. Hee hee hee, I didn't know harvest tractors could be used that way, Izuku said, returning to his game. Should we be worried? Mei asked. As long as he doesn't buy or get one, we're fine, Katsumi reassured her. Time passed, and they found themselves at the airport. Izuku held a sign that read, David Shield. Your dad is the mad scientist, right? He asked Melissa. Hey, he's not mad. She retorted. Izuku recalled, once, I went to Island out of pure curiosity. I infiltrated and saw him laughing while pouring something green onto a plant. Melissa, with a bead of sweat on her forehead, replied, that was supposed to be one of the safest places in the world. Just then, David rushed over, exclaiming, Melissa, my daughter, how are you? He hugged her tightly and lifted her off the ground. Dad. Melissa smiled. David set her down and turned to Izuku. This light pole wants to steal my princess. Izuku chuckled nervously. How's it going, sir? David declared. He's taller than All Might, but I won't let you touch my princess. She's going to become a nun. Izuku struggled to hold back laughter, while Melissa whistled and looked away. Come on, Dad, we're going to a restaurant, Melissa urged. I hope it's good. But it doesn't matter, I'll never accept you. David replied. Here comes the taxi, Mr. Shield, Izuku said. Just call me sir. You're not worthy of saying my name. David retorted. Izuku glanced at Melissa, thinking, I'm doing this for her. At the restaurant, the waiter greeted them. The table is right this way, gentlemen. Very kind, thank you, Izuku replied. I'll be back shortly to take your orders. Feel free to look at the menu, the waiter said before leaving. 3 minutes later, he returned. What will you be ordering? Izuku scanned the menu and said, I'll have surf and turf, with a wine from the 1943 harvest in Japan. Terrible harvest when our great nation was at war, David commented. Izuku fell silent. Melissa then said, Dad, I'll have a well-done filet mignon with French fries and salad. David smirked. I'll just order something sweet. What will you order, Dad? Melissa asked. Looking at the dessert menu with a smile, David replied, I'll have the strawberries Arnaud. Everyone else in the restaurant stared at him in shock, and a waiter dropped a bottle of wine. Why is everyone staring at us? Melissa wondered. Izuku thought of the bills slipping away from him. The waiter hesitantly asked, Are you sure, sir? Absolutely, David affirmed. Who will be paying? The waiter inquired. The young man, of course, David said, pointing at Izuku. Izuku pulled out a credit card. To my account, please. Melissa's eyes widened as she looked at the menu, nearly popping out at the prices. She opened her mouth to speak, but Izuku quickly covered it with a look that urged her to stay silent. After eating, Izuku and Melissa received David's dessert. Sorry for the delay, but this is a dish that's rarely ordered, the waiter explained as he passed by Izuku, giving him a few supportive pats before leaving. I hope you enjoy your dessert, Mr. Shield, Izuku said. David's thoughts drifted. I had the money, but I'm sure I'll leave him in debt for the rest of his life. Izuku thought, I'll have to find more ruins with gold again. Eat, Melissa urged. As David took a bite, he asked, So, when will you finish with my daughter? Never, Izuku replied firmly. Listen, kid, no one will ever be worthy of her, David warned. But Dad, I love him. Melissa protested. Do you work? David asked. Yes, Izuku answered. Doing what? I'm a hero. David considered this. Do you have your own home? Yes, Izuku replied. Extracurricular skills. Professional fencing. IQ. 145. Completed higher education. I'm at UA. Tisk, listen kid, if she wants you, that's fine, but keep in mind that I will never accept you. With that, David stood up and left without finishing his dessert. Goodbye, daughter, behave yourself, I have to return to the lab and create new things, he said. Melissa sighed. I'm sorry, Izuku. Don't worry, Melissa. It wasn't your fault, he reassured her with a smile. I knew he would be like this. He never lets me have anyone close. Since Mom died. I think you should end it, Izuku suggested, offering her the strawberries. No, love, I can't. For me, he pressed. Melissa smiled sweetly. Thank you for being with me. No, Melissa, I should be thanking you and the others. I love you all, Izuku replied. Tears welled in Melissa's eyes as she hugged him tightly. Meanwhile, the waiters watched the scene unfold. What an adorable couple. The dad was tough, but they're lovely, one waiter remarked. I feel sorry for the guy, a waitress added. Suddenly, the chef emerged and shouted, Hey! I pay you to work, not to chat. Yes, chef, the waiters replied in unison. Back at the table, Melissa said, You know, Izuku, I bought a cute outfit not long ago. Maybe tonight with the other girls, we can have some fun, she suggested. Since you've behaved so well today, she added with a playful tone. Leaning closer, she whispered, I want to be close to you. Izuku smiled, feeling a warmth in his chest. As they left the restaurant, he thought it was worth it, leaving a bit of cash as a tip before walking away with Melissa. Note this down, partner. If he comes back, we give him preferential treatment. The waitress exclaimed. Okay, her colleague replied. Izuku sighed, I'm still alive, you all? A lot had happened over time, but while crime was decreasing, something was rising in the shadows. A villain? No, the villain. Izuku, his body battered yet resolute, shouted, Did you record it? From the roof, Aizawa replied, Yes, I did. Izuku adjusted himself, excitement bubbling within him. We're going to be famous on the internet. Aizawa added, I'll send it to Mike for editing and then upload it. With a grin, Izuku exclaimed, I told you I could jump off the roof while you threw chainsaws at me. Aizawa chuckled, Ha yeah. Katsumi, standing with Class A, questioned, And what the hell is this good for? Kirishima, tears in his eyes, exclaimed, That was so manly. Shuka chimed in, That was fun. Izuku appeared behind them, arms wide. Entertainment, ladies and gentlemen, entertainment. We must also save the civilians from boredom. Melissa nodded in agreement. Oh, he has a point. Aizawa concluded, Well, this turned out great, everyone passes. Izuku added, Yeah, since I've been around, crime has decreased by more than 70%. Melissa, holding a tablet, confirmed, You're right. Since you've been patrolling or going out to catch criminals. She adjusted her glasses. We've seen a monthly reduction of 14.5% with a 0.3% increase in recent days, and with the information gathered, that's another 34%. She pressed several buttons, continuing, and with the new generation of heroes, that adds another 8%. After a moment of calculation, she added, with the casualties like in Terratar and the budget cuts, that only adds 23%. Aizawa summarized, In short, we did a good job. Everyone cheered. Meanwhile, Nizu, watching the cameras while nibbling on cheese, noticed something unusual. What's that? He murmured, spotting a few silhouettes. They seem to be villains. Suddenly, a loud noise shattered the moment. The entrance of UA was under attack by numerous villains, stealthily infiltrated by someone with a camouflage quirk. The villain leader shouted, All right, the boss said to attack this while he takes care of the city. The villains responded in unison, Yes. Back with Aizawa, he exclaimed in disbelief, What the hell? He received a call. Information. He demanded. The voice on the other end warned, Large-scale attack, Aizawa. Get ready to fight. There are more than we imagined, and they're getting in. Hold them back. Explosions echoed ominously in the background. Quick, listen to me, Aizawa. These are the super rookies. They're very dangerous. Be careful. Over and out. The call abruptly cut off. Aizawa cursed under his breath. For heaven's sake. Hey, Borsalino. Izuku replied, You haven't called me that in a long time, Aizawa. Don't worry, I'll handle it. He adjusted his glasses and vanished. Melissa gasped, "Oh my God, it's happening in the city too." Aizawa answered his phone again. Information. The voice on the line said, "This is Endeavor, requesting reinforcements. It's not just a large-scale attack, but a massive one in the city. It seems there's a villain with a strange quirk that." The call was interrupted. "Hello. So, there's interference." Aizawa shouted in frustration. "It. They blew up a building and there are too many." The call cut off. Aizawa shouted in exasperation. "It. They cut the communications." Katsumi declared, "Let's fight." Shuka analyzed the situation. "Old man. Who did this?" With Izuku, villain 5838 laughed triumphantly. "Haha, this is a success," as he destroyed part of Yue. Villain 4632 shouted, "What's that light?" The villain leader ordered, "Alert." Everyone looked up. Izuku observed, they're wondering what that light crossing their view is. Villain 2353 yelled, "Die," as he shot at Izuku. Izuku responded, "Do these villains think there will be mercy?" He kicked and knocked out several villains. Villain 1534 boasted, "We're the super rookies, kid. We'll crush you," while brandishing a bazooka. Izuku retorted, "Super rookies? The only thing they have in common with that name is the rookie part." He thought to himself, "The new generation of villains is out here, but they're just a pebble in my shoe." He quickly dispatched more of them. Villains 734, 2453, and 6493 launched a combined attack with their quirks. Izuku noted, they can unleash their quirks. What do dark villains do in the light? Nothing. He sent about 2,533 villains flying. The villain leader cursed, "It." Izuku declared, "Their defeat is already marked. Let's shake the world now." He mercilessly defeated the remaining villains. Villain 7496 cried out, "Leader, help," as he was sent flying. Izuku taunted, "Let your boss come. The doors to Yue are wide open." The villain leader, surveying his shattered army, asked, "What are you?" Izuku proudly proclaimed, "Student, hero, or villain, no one shines brighter than me," as he pointed at him with his glowing finger. Back with Aizawa, who couldn't stop receiving calls, he juggled 5 phones, listening to the chaos. Phone 1 blared, "This is Hero Ryukyu, we need reinforcements." "The culprit is." Interference Phone 1 continued, "MRD. They've entered the agency." "Hold on. We need." Interference Phone 2 chimed in, "Mirko here. I know I can handle it alone, but a little help wouldn't hurt." Phone 2 continued, "The culprit is." Interference Phone 3 cut in, "Hawks here. Endeavor-san is seriously injured, there are too many villains." "My wing." Phone 3 added, "Hawks. Again Endeavor, where are the reinforcements?" "The culprit is." POM Phone 4 reported, "Edshot here. Hundreds, if not thousands, of villains all over the city. We need reinforcements, countless casualties, and..." Interference Phone 5 shouted, "Best genist here, Edshot has fallen. I repeat, he has fallen. I've reached this area of the city, where are the DMN reinforcements? Please, we need them now." Interference Aizawa and Class A exchanged worried glances. Aizawa muttered, "What the hell is going on?" Melissa, trembling, asked, "Who or what is causing this?" Shuka added, "Why does that interference sound when he's mentioned?" Aizawa commanded, "Get ready. We need to go now." Meanwhile, Nizu, overwhelmed with more than 15 phones requesting the same thing, grabbed the microphone and announced, "Red alert. All heroes and students to the city." Back with Izuku, standing behind Aizawa, he declared, "I'm ready." Aizawa instructed, "Go to the city, we'll catch up later. I want you to stop everyone." Izuku called out, "Hey, Momo." Momo, visibly shaken, responded, "Hi." Izuku urged, "A cannon." Momo quickly created one. "Ready." Izuku announced, "I'm off," as he disappeared with the cannon. In the city, Endeavor shouted, "Keep going." Ryukyu asked, "Where the hell are the others?" Mirko warned, "Watch out." Hero 1 exclaimed, "Reinforcements." "And the reinforcements?" Hero 4 shouted, "Ah," as he fired with his machine gun arm. Hero 3 cried, "We're surrounded." Hero 2 added, "There must be at least 10,000 of them." Then, the sound of a cannon shot echoed. Villains and heroes reacted in shock. Izuku, riding atop a cannonball, declared, "I'll make you go to the light if you follow the light radiating from my body, got it?" He launched a couple of lightning bolts. Izuku proclaimed, "Use glasses to see the hero who commands," as he fired. In this place, a bullet. With a crash, an explosion erupted in the air. Izuku created a sword of light and charged at incredible speed toward the villains, alternating between kicks and strikes with his sword. Izuku, sword or kick, it doesn't matter, a simple mirror can match this speed. He moved swiftly throughout the city, taking down the villains one by one. "Do you enjoy my power, Pika Pika? Not even funny." He taunted. Endeavor looked on, confused. Did he just mention his power? Hawks chuckled weakly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Pika Pika." Endeavor shook his head in disappointment. All this for nothing. Izuku smirked, his confidence unwavering. "Weak little villains like you don't worry or intimidate me. You use your quirks, but you wish you could stop me, Izuku. Well, I'll stop now." He came to a halt, having defeated all the villains around him. "You're not enough to make me shine," he declared, smiling as citizens and heroes looked on in admiration. Thank you," he added, reveling in their praise. But suddenly, the sky darkened, sending a wave of unease through the crowd. "All light is overshadowed by darkness," a voice echoed, its owner concealed in the shadows. "Is that all for one?" Endeavor exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. "You're looking for all for one. He's no longer here," the voice continued ominously. "Wait, you're not FO," one of the villains stammered, confusion evident in his tone. "Everyone admires a dead man," the figure declared, stepping into the dim light. "I live in the present, I'm going to take his place. We all want the same thing, and no matter how much you dream of it, I will win this time." Izuku stepped forward, his expression serious. "It's been a while." "Hand of Dead," the figure said, preparing for confrontation. Tamura emerged from the shadows, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Saving light. Ready for our final encounter." All the heroes braced themselves for battle, but Izuku raised his hand to signal them to wait. "Let's begin," he said, his tone unusually grave. "Finally, I can destroy." Tamura shouted, his excitement palpable. "What is that?" Tamura asked, noticing Izuku munching on a piece of bread. "Bread? I suppose you're hungry, I can't deny you that." In the distance, a reporter shouted, "Carlos, start recording." "Okay," the cameraman replied, his focus shifting to the unfolding drama. "We're about to witness a battle of titans," the reporter announced, his voice filled with anticipation. Returning to the action, Izuku said, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "This will be fun," Tamura replied, his eyes gleaming with malice. "You think so? Let's get started already," Izuku challenged, his determination unwavering. "The first attack from the greatest swordsman," the reporter exclaimed, excitement building. Izuku launched a punch toward Tamura. "Was that not a fencing technique?" the reporter questioned, surprised. "A direct attack on the villain, but the hero charges in without hesitation, continuing to strike." Izuku maintained his assault, throwing punch after punch, but Tamura effortlessly blocked each one. "Are you underestimating me?" Tamura taunted, his confidence unshaken. In response, Izuku delivered a powerful Russian hook, connecting solidly with Tamura. A Russian hook connects. The hero keeps attacking. The reporter noted, his voice rising with enthusiasm. Izuku then formed his finger like a gun, aiming it at Tamura's head. "This is the end," he said, pulling the imaginary trigger. Chapter end.